Hello, hello. It is I, Mocabyte. Happy Juneteenth. We continue our special Junestreamth with a lengthy dialogue and discussion about, well, liberation? Let's say liberation, at least to some degree. See, there's a lot happening, obviously, and maybe you don't even know what Juneteenth is. Um, so maybe we could start there just a little bit. We'll start there. Juneteenth. Officially, Juneteenth, National Independence Day, is a federal holiday in the United States. It is celebrated annually on June 19th to commemorate the end of slavery in the United States. The holiday's name, first used in the 1890s, is a portmanteau of the words June and 19th, referring to June 19th, 1865, the day when Major General Gordon Granger ordered the final enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation in Texas at the end of the American Civil War. In the Civil War period, slavery came to an end in various areas in the United States at different times. Many enslaved Southerners escaped, demanded wages, stopped work, or took up arms against the Confederacy of Slave States. In January 1865, Congress finally proposed the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution for the national abolition of slavery, except for punishment for a crime. By June 1865, almost all enslaved persons had been freed by the victorious Union Army or by state abolition laws. When the National Abolition Amendment was ratified in December, the remaining enslaved people in Delaware and Kentucky were freed. Early Juneteenth celebrations date back to 1866, at first involving church-centered community gatherings in Texas. They spread across the South among newly freed African Americans and their descendants and became more commercialized in the 1920s and 1930s. Often centering on a food festival, participants in the Great Migration brought these celebrations to the rest of the country. That's kind of why we are someone who grew up with Juneteenth, not just because of the word black, or rather, even though it is particularly of Southern black interest, because of the Great Migration, that is, the slew of black folks that migrated from the South to northern cities, especially with industrialization during Reconstruction. Well, there was a lot of black people now in the North who had roots in the South, and a lot of black culture, at least in our experience in the Midwest, is somewhat referential or often has roots in Southern culture. That's not everything that informs Black American culture, but it is one factor. These celebrations were eclipsed by the non-violent determination to achieve civil rights, but grew in popularity again in the 1970s with a focus on African American freedom and African American arts. Beginning with Texas by proclamation in 1938 and by legislation in 1979, every U.S. state and District of Columbia have formally recognized the holiday in some way. As of 2021, when Juneteenth became a federal holiday, it was observed with the closure of post offices, banks, the NYSE and NASDAQ stock exchanges, and other financial markets, many schools and universities, and most governmental offices. Juneteenth is also celebrated in Masangos by the Masangos, who are an Afro-descendant group in Coahuila, Mexico, centered on the town of El Namaciento in Maquis municipality. The group are descendants of black Seminoles escaping the threat of slavery in the United States. Descendants of the black Seminoles who escaped from slavery in 1852 and settled in Coahuila, Mexico. I could have just read that. The day was recognized as a federal holiday in 2021 when the 117th U.S. Congress enacted and President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law. Juneteenth became the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was adopted in 1983. Usually we go from top to bottom on this, but we've done it before. We do like that Juneteenth exists, but as it was, we definitely have an intersectional community, and we've been talking about intersectionality all day in regards to the Black struggle, that like the liberation of Black people is also the liberation, should also involve the liberation of, you know, other peoples of color, and, you know, from a class lens, we need to have, you know, class solidarity as well. So, like, you know, workers' rights will affect everyone, or we want them to affect everyone, right? We want things to be better for everyone. Like Black Lives Matter doesn't mean that only Black Lives Matter, as some people feel weirdly obligated to misconstrue, but that Black Lives Matter too, because so often our lives have not mattered, or have been treated in a way that is obvious that they certainly matter less than other folks', or that we can be disregarded, or abused, or hurt without much retribution or justice. There's a lot to do with how we do our Juneteenth celebration versus what you might find in a flesh-based space. Like if you were going to like a local stuff in your area or something. So we usually actually do sing, though we're not really in a singing mood this year. Honestly, we usually do like a 3-day thing, and we talk about like plenty of stuff, but a lot of times we talked about like the historical context of Juneteenth, and maybe like, you know, abolition, because as I slyly slid in there, slavery has not been abolished. It's just been abolished other than as a punishment for a crime, and the prison industrial complex takes full advantage of this. And we're not free until we're all free. You know, we are for prison abolition as well. And as we'll continue to talk about in this discussion, like, all this is cumulative, and just like that that poem, like they came for the communist, but I wasn't a communist, so I didn't say anything, and then yeah. So when they come for you, you gotta stand by us now. You know, that's true for of being in solidarity and allies to Black people, with queer people, with disabled people. You know, it's important to show up for each other's struggles, and I think it's important to fight for one another. And that's a thing that we're going to be centering on today, even though, yeah, we are going to be playing Black developed video games and highlighting those. But we've already played a number of those, and something that we've tried to highlight was, you know, the need to support people of color, BIPOC folks who are in the game industry, especially because the game industry is really, really volatile employment right now. It's not good to artists morally, like not treating them with dignity, like so much. I mean, a lot of what we talk about and do has to do with video games, so we are like a Black person in the game industry, even though we're like this small little blip. But at the same time, because it compounds, it is worse when you're a minority. So even though a lot of people in the games industry are struggling, there are unique deficits, and when someone succeeds, we should definitely celebrate that, and it's good to recognize that what may look like succeeding from a you just consume games sort of perspective might not be, oh, this game was successful enough to put food on the table. This piece of art wasn't necessarily, even though you like it, it wasn't necessarily highly regarded or whatnot. And the way of like lifting each other up. That's why we like stream on a day like today. Um, but it's hard to feel very liberated or empowered as a black person on Juneteenth during Black History Month, or a queer person during Pride Month, when like so much of all our rights are under attack. You know, it's really debilitating. But it's also important to remember that it distances resistance, and pride matters for a reason, and that trying to shrink us, trying to make us invisible, is part of the modus operandi of the people who are coming after people of color, coming after trans people, or coming after immigrants. Like it's all connected, chat. Let's see. So actually, let's go over to current events, because in trans news, there's been some major things happening, so we wanted to take a moment to talk about that, acknowledge that, because shit is hard. We literally just got back on hormones, and you know, it sucks to know that that might not be we might not be able to keep it for that long, under normal means at least. So Aaron in the Morning, who is a very dedicated trans journalist who covers and aggregates trans related news, covered this literally yesterday. Today, SCOTUS released its ruling on SCMEDI allowing Tennessee to ban transgender healthcare. The ruling was both devastating and limited, leaving many fights unsettled. Today, the Supreme Court issued a devastating 6-3 ruling in the United States versus SCMEDI, upholding Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for minors, delivering a major blow to transgender rights. The case raised foundational constitutional questions: whether transgender people constitute a class triggering higher constitutional scrutiny, whether laws targeting them violate equal protection, and whether the Constitution guarantees their right to access medically necessary treatment. The court sidestepped nearly all of these questions, instead of issuing a narrower opinion that carves out an exception permitting medical discrimination based on gender dysphoria, a distinction it bizarrely treats as separate from the discrimination against transgender people. The ruling effectively greenlights medical care bans across the country and may pave the way for broader restrictions, including for adults, while leaving lower court rulings on bathrooms, schools, sports, and employment remain intact for now. I think it's interesting that they didn't do something more widespread. Maybe they are trying to basically turn things up by degrees so that it can escalate slowly, so outrage only increases by like small margins. I mean, there's been protests about a lot of stuff across the country, specifically with Trump, the No Kings protest, but I don't know how much of No King's protests had that in the aims. The nice thing about when the campus protests were happening in support of Palestine was that there was organizations on the college campuses, or coalitions of students, who literally put their demands, what they wanted, what they were asking for, like, clearly. Something we've seen with organizing that we especially appreciate, and makes us think past the sort of more like more liberalizing demonstration type public action is that element of purpose, as well as, well, disruption, because if you're getting like permits and stuff, then essentially is the distinction of like a demonstration versus like a protest, can be a lot more clear when you think about it along those lines. In its ruling, the majority opinion of the Supreme Court states that it does not need to address whether or not discrimination against transgender people is sex discrimination, because the Tennessee law banning gender affirming health care is for trans youth is based on gender dysphoria. Similarly, the majority argues that it does not have to address whether or not transgender people represent a class that triggers heightened scrutiny. A higher level of scrutiny for constitutional review that has resulted in anti-trans laws being struck down by lower courts. The court states in its majority opinion, the plaintiffs argue that SB 1 warrants heightened scrutiny because it relies on sex-based classifications, but neither of the above classifications turns on sex. Rather, SB 1 prohibits healthcare providers from administering puberty blockers or hormone suppressants for certain medical uses, regardless of admirer sex. By the same token, SB 1 does not exclude any individual from medical treatments on the basis of transgender status. Rather, it removes one set of diagnosis, gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, and gender incongruence, from a range of treatable conditions. That feels really absurdly, well, technically, in this way, weaponizing medicalization and being like, what, I don't, transgender, this isn't about being transgender, this is about gender dysphoria. Like, it's pretty gross. In issuing such a ruling, the court asserts that discrimination based on gender dysphoria is somehow distinct from gender discrimination on basis of transgender status or sex, creating a loophole wide enough to drive a truck through. In her dissent, Justice Sotomayor calls out the contradiction directly, noting the majority's logic would permit states to target transgender people while avoiding constitutional scrutiny simply by reframing the language of the laws. Yeah, it's semantic. It's a semantic defense. In addition to discriminating against transgender adolescents who, by definition, identify with an identity inconsistent with their sex, the law conditions the availability of medications on a patient's sex. Male but not female adolescents can receive medicines that help them look like boys, and female but not male adolescents can receive medicines that help them look like girls. Tennessee's law expressly classifies on the basis of sex and transgender status, so the Constitution and settled precedent require the court to subject it to an intermediate scrutiny. The majority contorts logic and precedent to say otherwise, inexplicably declaring it must uphold Tennessee's categorical ban on life-saving medical treatment so long as any reasonably conceivable state of facts might justify it. Ante at 21. Thus, the majority subjects a law that plainly discriminates on the basis of sex to mere rational basis review, by retreating from meaningful judicial review exactly where it matters most. The court abandons transgender children and their families to political whims. In sadness, I dissent. I'm gonna bang my drum that the banning of trans related healthcare to youth is generally always going to be used as a wedge to open the door to just general trans bans, as we've seen with the big beautiful bill of bitchiness, and how they literally had transgender minors, and they just crossed out minors on it when they made amendments to the bill. So yeah, it's they have been they have been saying the quiet part out loud for a while now, but even if it did only stop at transgender youth, we need to protect transgender youth. This is important. And I've seen people talking about how we need to support transgender youth in this time in a way that is a little frustrating. We've seen some people who are like trans supportive be like, we need to show people that they're like trans adulthood without puberty blockers, like you can still be happy and loved and it doesn't have to be a death sentence. And I think that framing more capitulates to this feeling that we need to take it on the chin, and in that very like we need to be like nonviolent about this sort of way, like we just need to weather through it, you know. And I think that it's important to like understand that everyone's different. At one point we thought that not having hormones for a while wouldn't be that bad, and that, you know, transition didn't save our lives, because we know, because we have struggled with suicidal ideation and like depression and stuff all our lives, but generally we didn't think of it as on the basis of being trans. And when we were not able to have hormones because we kept falling off of Medicaid, and we're still like in between, we had lost access to it for multiple times over the last few years, and it was bad. And this last time getting back on it, like our executive functioning and our mental health definitely improved getting back on them, and like remembering that is that like trans people are not, as some people seem to think, like threatening that they'll literally jump out a window if you don't give us HRT. Like, it is not holding our lives hostage, as some people have suggested in terribly bad faith. And in this self-bitey way, we kind of soaked in a little bit of that poisoned well water, in the sense that we sort of trivialized our own needs and tried to convince ourselves that HRT wasn't as important as it actually is for us, because we were troubled by the notion that some people have put in our heads of trans people are being like coercive and saying that we're threatening self-harm, that we will to get hormones. And it's just like, that is not how it's working out here. And generally it's like when you put someone in a position where they are suffering, when you're intentionally withholding medical care from them that like makes their life harder, that gives them mental turmoil, it should not matter if the intention is to do them undue harm. The result is still the same. And even if you do not hurt yourself in any way, you don't deserve to suffer because of the whims of someone. And we know plenty of people who growing up, if like trans visibility was where it was and we wanted to transition, would definitely have opposed puberty blockers and have been like, wait, with like so many things. It's just like, oh, wait till I can't control you anymore, conveniently, you know. And it fucking sucks. That's some discourse we've heard about it amongst the trans community, at least online. This is still like a pretty new thing that happened, as you know, this guy reported yesterday. And you know, hits keep on coming. I feel like bigots are throwing haymakers because it's Pride Month, but maybe that's just me. Consider the mother who contacts a Tennessee doctor concerned that her adolescent child has begun growing unwanted facial hair. Their hair growth, the mother reports, has spurred significant distress because it makes her child look unduly masculine. The doctor's next step depends on adolescent sex. If the patient was identified as female at birth, SB1 allows the physician to alleviate her distress with testosterone suppressants. See App to Pet for Cert Court 266A describing such treatments. Appendix 100, same. What if the adolescent was identified as male at birth, however? SB1 precludes the patient from receiving the same medicine. One of the more strange justifications in the majority opinion mirrors arguments once used to deny rights to same-sex and interracial couples, that the law does not discriminate against transgender people, but instead bars both cisgender and transgender people from receiving medications to treat gender dysphoria. It's a tortured rationale, functionally absurd given that transgender people will need the medical treatment for gender dysphoria, not cisgender people. Cisgender people can have gender dysphoria, but they don't get diagnosed with it, generally. I mean, that's not how society or the expectations work. If someone doesn't feel manly enough, they're not going to get sent to a doctor. Whoever they tell is probably going to make an off-the-cuff statement about either yes they are or no they're not. Because they're going to like, you're whatever we all assume you are, right? Or they're gonna go, oh, I think of you as blah blah blah, you know, like, honestly, it is socially acceptable for cis people to like be worse people and lash out when they are gender dysphoric, like, you know, doubling down on toxic mindsets, or like disregarding mental health because it would show weakness or something like that. Like, technically speaking, I could say as an argument that cis people not only experience gender dysphoria, but make everyone around them suffer for it on a level that trans people could only dream of if we actually had that drive, because, you know, we kind of just want to live. But yeah, it is like a catch-22. It is absurd behavior. Hello, Moca. I am researching fast food mascot lore. I've uncovered horrors that man was never meant to know. Well, what about women? But nearly every discriminatory law is susceptible to a similarly race or sex-neutral characterization. A prohibition on interracial marriage, for example, allows no person to marry someone outside of her race, while allowing persons of any race to marry within their race. In a passage that sounds hauntingly similar to Riots of Tennessee's brief, Virginia argued in Loving that should this court intervene, it should find itself in a bog of conflicting scientific opinions upon the effects of interracial marriage and the desirability of preventing such alliances from the physical, biological, genetic, anthropological, cultural, psychological, and sociological points of view. In such a situation, Virginia continued, is the exclusive providence of the legislature of every state to make the determination for its citizens as to the desirability of a policy of permitting or preventing such interracial alliances. A province within the judiciary may not constitutionally invade. So, I have feelings, right? I hope it's clear that I want to be talking about both the things at the same time, and I didn't plan for this necessarily, that they just give it to me, that there's a passage in here that literally does my work for me, that I don't have to belabor the point too much, that not just the, we are all in this together, but that what's happening with trans people right now is very much not just like not just like what has happened to other queer people in the past, but also to racial minorities, and that like this is very like Jim Crow-esque, not just like medical stuff, but bathroom bans particularly as well. And least we forget that a lot of the weaponizing of like trans bans on athletes, especially at like the higher levels of play, have been disproportionately used to discriminate against, say it with me, black athletes. And it's easy to see how our fights are directly related here. So even if you're not black, you might want to, be paying attention, right? But right, this shouldn't be a surprise, but everyone's in their own place with this. These are the same tactics, this is the same like logic that is being used to subjugate people and strip them of their rights, and make them not thrive but suffer in hopes that they stagnate and disappear. While the ruling is sweeping in its implications for transgender medical care and could easily be used to justify future restrictions on adult care, the majority sidestepped key constitutional questions. The court declined to answer whether discrimination against transgender people constitutes sex discrimination, whether transgender people qualify as a protected class, warranting heightened scrutiny, or whether the Bostock decision applies beyond the Title VII employment context. A ruling of any of these issues could have turned an already devastating outcome into a catastrophic one, potentially overruling dozens of lower court decisions on bathroom access, forced outing in schools, and participation in sports. Though the majority avoided that outcome, 3 justices, Justice Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, and Amy Coney Barrett, wrote separately to express that they could have gone further, explicitly denying transgender people equal protection under the law. Several rulings in recent months will remain unaffected by the court's decision. Just yesterday, a federal judge certified a class of transgender people in a lawsuit challenging a passport ban and opened the door for gender marker updates. Similarly, rulings blocking the government from stripping funding from organizations that mention transgender issues or gender identity are expected to remain intact, as are decisions involving school bathroom access and participation in sports. Small comforts. As a result, the impact of this ruling is likely to remain confined to medical context for now. Still, the decision provides a blueprint for future legislation targeting gender dysphoria as a proxy for discriminating against transgender people without explicitly naming transgender status or sex. Yeah, we couldn't, as they say, we couldn't say Negroes, so we had to say forced busing. Today's ruling is a devastating loss for transgender people, our families, and everyone who cares about the Constitution, said Chase Strigilio, co-director of the ACLU's LGBTQ and HIV project. Though this is a painful setback, it does not mean that transgender people and our allies are left with no options to defend our freedom, our healthcare, or our lives. The court left undisturbed Supreme Court and lower court precedent that other examples of discrimination against transgender people are unlawful. We are determined as ever to fight for the dignity and equality of every transgender person, and we will continue to do so with defiant strength, a restless resolve, and a lasting commitment to our families, our communities, and the freedom we all deserve. The decision will send shockwaves through the transgender community. By embedding discrimination into Supreme Court precedent, the justices have ensured that transgender Americans will likely spend a generation clawing back rights now imperiled. And yet, the ruling leaves cracks in the foundation, enough space for now to regroup and keep fighting. Protective laws in many states remain on the books. Key court victories will stand. It is those openings, however narrow, that hope persists, and where the fight continues. Our fight continues. It's not fucking over, alright? Don't doom. This isn't a doom stream, alright? I don't have $80. Anyway, let's talk about civil rights, the Black Panthers, and anarchism today. Let's think about liberation and stuff. Let's learn from the past. The description of the YouTube video has all these links. The Quiznos sponge monkeys? Are Quiznos sponge monkeys a mascot? Quiznos has sponge monkey mascots? That's fucking insane. So we've read from this before. The Anarchist library. This is basically a like archive of, well, anarchist shit. Writings from different places. You know, it is like curated by, you know, generally posted, I assume, by the people who like wrote it or had to do with the publication, but some stuff is old enough that, you know, it definitely was like found by someone and they wanted to post it. There's some older stuff on here, like super old stuff, but we also seen like way more recent stuff. We mostly reading about like I guess we've used the Anarchist library to talk about like some sorts of trans liberation stuff, but we used it particularly to talk about like social death in particular, because, you know, we think about that a lot and shit like that. But we've been wanting to use this resource a little more, especially as we recognize that the posting isn't like so much like just a normal like forum, say, or like a blog spot or something, like where it's like people it is for the amassment of knowledge, is for like the collection of different voices, like is a way to see perspectives. Like the sucky thing about how like the internet works and how it shrinks and shrinks and shrinks is that like you try to find an answer on Google, you can't find an answer on Google, so you put Reddit behind it, and if you can't find it on Reddit, what do? And if you don't have good research skills, which a lot of people don't, and a lot less people are being taught, then, you know, it's harder to find information. And the Internet Archive, for example, is a really, really great resource for things, but I mean, to a certain degree, it helps if you actually know what the fuck you're looking for. With the Anarchist library, it's stuff that has to do with anarchist thought in a lot of different ways, so you know, at least you're getting that much. You're made out of doom? Doom, 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 doom. Retrieved on October 15th, 2021. Topics: Black Panther Party, Civil Rights, Interview, Lorenzo Camboa Irving, Northeastern Anarchist. Notes: you can contact Joanna and Lorenzo, the Black Autonomy News Service. Whoa. Civil Rights and the Black Panthers, Anarchism and Today. An interview with anarchist community organizers Lorenzo Camboa Irving and Jonina Arbon. In May 2000, two anarchist ex-Black Panthers from America did a British-speaking tour. Lorenzo Camboa Irvin and Jonina Arbon talked to groups ranging from white anarchists to mass black meetings on police racism. Between them, they have 70 years of political activity spanning lives that have included everything from teaching at a revolutionary community school to hijacking a plane and taking it to Cuba. Wow. They conceded to being interviewed in sunny Brighton after a record buying spree for their pirate radio station to dazzle the gods. Both are now involved in the Black Autonomy network of community organizers. Sick. Perhaps you could tell us how you both got radicalized. Janina says, the thing that actually got me was the assassination of Martin Luther King on April 1968. At that point, I was at college. When he was assassinated, it really began to make me think. It was suddenly obvious the way he was going about things was not going to work. Right after he was assassinated, I went with some other students to Zimbabwe, which was still Rhodesia. And I was very naive. I knew nothing about international capitalism or imperialism. Nothing. Now, I was so naive as to think that Africa was a continent that was controlled by African people. I got over to Zimbabwe and we were out in the countryside and I saw this sign saying Coca-Cola. So that was really the beginning for me to understand the role of the United States in Western imperialism. Lorenzo. In my case, it was the beginning of the student sit-ins in 1960. The sit-ins swept the South that year. I was 10 years old at that time. It was Catanogia around about in March when we had the demonstrations there against segregation. Black youth actually fought it out on the streets with the Ku Klux Klan and the white racist cops. The resistance was really widespread. For a young black kid at the time to see the entire community rising up against these racists, that really affected me. Radicalized me. The people came, led by the youth. They challenged the white power structure, the years of abuse. The youth weren't controlled by the black or white adults. We were the ones that had the demonstrations, led the sit-ins, and did the grassroots work. We shook that town up the way it's never been shook up before. We had occupations of the premises of white racist stores that wouldn't serve black people. We'd go in, demand to be served, and of course they would ignore you or just outright tell you they weren't going to serve you. We don't serve niggers here. I remember one of the kids threw back the line, well, I didn't come to buy a nigger, I came to buy a hamburger. The sit-ins were the initial act of resistance that propelled the whole generation of student and youth protests. It was on all through those years in the 1960s and 70s, including the Black Panther Party, which was, in many ways, a transformation of the students and youth themselves, as well as movements that they were becoming a part of. At first, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, was made up of all the groups of youth that had been involved in the earlier sit-ins and camps. Although I can't answer most of the questions like the people who that are being interviewed, this question I actually do want to answer for ourselves, or try to. And I invite folks in chat to talk about what radicalized them. I mean, I guess for us it's really hard because, as we've sometimes talked about before, we were raised by two women, sisters, who we believe were closet lesbians, who had very bad experiences with men and were very not liking men, and who were both black and college educated. One was a lawyer and one was a cop. The lawyer was very radicalized herself in certain ways, and from a very young age told us about like the struggle, and like essentially like from as early as she could manage to instill in us, like she tried to like have us like stay woke, you know. But there was a time where we thought, retrospectively, that it was sort of balanced out and we ended up in the middle, more like a milquetoast liberal in our early years, because we also were raised by a cop. Honestly, in terms of thinking about like puberty and the experience of our lives, our experience with police will probably be different over the course of our like first like 20 or so years, if we had hormone blockers, because it was as we were developing as a AMAB adult that we were starting to be treated differently by cops. When we were before puberty, cops were very nice to us, and cops continue to be nice to us most of the time through puberty, especially because a lot of them knew us or knew of us, and we were generally friendly. And like, it's like it's like if you had a kid that only had positive experiences with dogs, and they didn't realize that some dogs bite, and you shouldn't just offer your hand to every strange dog that comes up to you, especially if they seem aggressive. It's just like, if it never crossed their mind that a dog could ever hurt them. That was how we were with cops for the longest time. I think we had a lot of radicalizing moments, but like, in the same way the trans egg can take a long time to crack and fully break, and sometimes parts of it just stick to you, even though we got harassed by cops as we started to look more like a boy, we were really we felt really bad, because like we were very we were naive in our own ways, and I mean, in a way we still are, I guess. Like, we do believe in the best out of people.
Present time.
Manuel Fox, thank you for following. Your future will be filled with happiness and sadness. We tried our best, and we continue to try our best to see the goodness in people. And I mean, I think that it would be hard for us to consider ourselves like littles, ABL, ADBDL, and all the other stuff, or like a child at heart, and all these things that have to do with like having this sort of proximity to like youthfulness and something like, like wonder for the world. As long as that's something that's important to us, we think that concurrently we will always want to see the best in people and have hope for things, because that it's part of, it's a package deal, you know. And maybe it's also because of how like autistic we are, and we sometimes have to remind ourselves and keep aware that, sometimes we can be too trusting, and it's important to like know when someone's gonna like try to hurt you. And like, we took a long time to understand that cops are way more dangerous than a strange dog. But even getting arrested, or rather cuffed, and almost arrested, or rather almost like processed and booked on our fucking senior prom night by cops who were I'm assuming responding to some young people, some teenagers who were probably around our age, running through the like Chicago like train, Chicago Red Line train, going from car to car. And we had been harassed and made fun of, and generally bullied by people like them. Often have been often a target. Even our cop parent told us that we were a mark. So seeing them constantly in the same car we were in, and being like very like, they were just running. I don't even know if they were a danger to me in the first place, but we had that PTSD, and when they went to a car, we moved, especially if they stopped for any time. And then eventually, when I was almost home, the cops were like, "Oh yes, we got a report," and they were gonna take us, and like, gosh, we were crying and stuff. And there was one cop, I'm pretty sure it was like a black cop and a white cop, and the black cop wanted to teach us a lesson, and the other cop, it was a young cop and an old cop. The old cop wanted to teach us a lesson. The young cop was like, "No, look, he's so sad." And that is definitely probably why fawning is partially part of the reason why fawning is like our go-to trauma response, because even when we were a boy, damn, we were fucking cute. And also, for the record, we didn't, I don't think we deserved the treatment we got under the circumstances to even be in that situation. However, we appreciate that our cuteness got us out of it. You can see why we do cuteness lessons, right? I think that definitely contributed to it. It was weird getting to our house and having like even our date be there waiting for us. We're late, not even having changed into our like tux and everything, and they're like, "Where the fuck were you?" And I was like, "Sorry, I got picked up by the cops." I was like, "Got picked up by the cops," which was very surprising because we were a good boy, right? So like, we had an awareness that like black people are often terrorized by cops, but like we had a disconnect because we for the longest time because we didn't have that personal experience. Not that we didn't believe that it happened. There's an episode of The Fresh Prince that is actually very much resonant with us because of that topic. Because Will, knowing how cops are, because he is an urban youth who's used to being fucking like terrorized by the cops, was like, Carlton, I know that we have been given permission to borrow this car and it's fine, but if you tell this cop that this car is not ours, they are going to at the very least take us to jail. There is no way we're getting out of this situation as peachy keen as you think it is if you tell them we do not own this car, because they will not believe that it was handed to two N-words. And Carlton is like, no, what? No, this is my dad's work friend. We shook hands. It's fine. We're gonna meet them up at like Cancun or whatever, wherever they're going. And it's probably one of like the most hardest hitting episodes of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But like, it makes sense that someone like Carlton, who is sheltered and is like a generation removed because his dad has like been so fortunate to be able to raise his kids without them having been touched by poverty at all and having like a silver spoon in their mouth, that for a time Carlton was protected from that. And it was weird to identify with Carlton because we weren't rich, but we were protected because of being raised by a cop, and some cops literally knowing us by name in a good way, weirdly, you know. When they get arrested and they get treated really badly, but then the cops like basically let the charges drop when like two lawyers, one of them white, or a judge and a lawyer, no, they're both lawyers. Carlton's dad and his friend, they're both lawyers. They're like partners. Not in the gay way, although that would be funny. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna throw a book at you that's so messed up, and this person's running for district attorney or something. And it's just like, oh snap, this person actually has power. I can't hurt. Oh snap. And it's like, yeah. And still, privilege got them out of the situation. And so it was sort of a stark reminder for Carlton that, oh shit, actually, being black is going to hurt me. The world is not built for me. And he is sad because he's like, oh no, I will pull me over, wouldn't I? Trying to think of if the roles were reversed, if he was in that situation, that he wouldn't see racing, he would have acted the same, because he needed to justify it, because he didn't want to admit that racism existed. And I don't think we were at that level, especially because we saw that episode of Fresh Prince when we were probably like 12 or something. But despite having seen that episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, we still had that like protective coding and that feeling of, not that necessarily the police are fair from a logical perspective, from the lived experiences and the like understanding of the community diaspora of how we talked about it, or how our family and the black community talked about it, and, and being warned and stuff, but our lived experience starkly contrasted that. And I think that that's something important to remember, that even when we have facts, even when we have percentages and stuff, even when we have like, as far as like we people can say objectively say a thing, sometimes lived experience is going to prevail in a way that facts and figures just do not. And sometimes that's a good thing, but a lot of times it's not very good. I don't know, working, seeing how jobs shit on you, how jobs illegally often tell you can't talk about your wages with your coworkers, like seeing all the little ways that people tear each other down, like, you know, just becoming trans. They all radicalized us. It's hard to see it down to one particular moment. I don't know, Occupy Wall Street, that was a big one. There were steps. I don't know at what point at one point we officially consider ourselves an anarchist, but it was probably at least like 2 or 3 years in the transition. How were you radicalized, Chad? Could the birth of Black Power? Could you tell us about the birth of the Black Panther Party? Janina, the party was started in 1966. It was part of the whole Black Power thing. It was just one of many Black Power groups. Was it a seamless transition, or was it the emergence of the Black Power movement a reaction to some of the earlier stuff? Lorenzo. No, it was very much a competition between old and new forces. King had a group called the Southern Christian Leadership Congress. There was another group, ACT, and the Congress for Racial Equality. All these groups at that time were in opposition to Black Power. Certainly King. He was shocked by it. There was a confrontation that occurred in June. June. In June 1966. I'm saying it because we're currently in June. I mean, not that it matters in the moment, but just date at the same time. Funny. June 1966. March through Mississippi. That was the one where Black Power, the concept, was made public. It was a march with all the factions, one of the few ones in the civil rights movement where all the factions had come together. There was a great deal of resentment and fear on the part of King about the Black Power movement and the youth. King and his organization had always been in conflict and competition with the youth. At any rate, the so-called March Against Fear in Mississippi is where the confrontation between Stokely Carmichael, who was at that time the chair of SNCC, and Dr. Martin Luther King became direct. I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't agree, and I think that's really interesting because the smoothing over of history to make King just like a turn the other cheek, like, and decries violence in any way, and you know, is seen as someone who'd be like, you know, in almost like Jesus like way, like no, I must take this bullet for my people. Like, that's the way they make it seem. There's a movie that we got shown early, and like a black like elementary school, and it was like a cartoon movie for kids about Martin Luther King, and like this kid time travels to when it happens and gets to talk to him, and he's like telling him that it's gonna happen, and he's like, oh, I know, and he's like, if you go through that door, and he's like, yeah, I know, and it's like, I have to do this, and it's like so fucked up. They're telling children like they have to sacrifice themselves, although that was the sort of ethos that our parents like kind of raised us with, that we were gonna be like Martin Luther King. Like, one of our parents literally was like, we're the John Connor Luther King. I wish I was joking. It's so fucked up. King would get up to speak. And he oh, sorry, I gotta try. I wanted to say, people are people have conflicts, and even beyond that, King's politics were more complex than just peace, 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 peace. Let them spit in our mouths. We must resist by standing still and not doing, and resisting without ever raising a finger against them. Like, no. But also, in how King and other civil rights leaders have been historicized, especially by like American like history and what you get taught in schools, it's very like smoothed over. And I mean, even our parents didn't tell us of any conflicts within the Black Panther Party or within like the coalitions of Martin Luther King, other than with Malcolm X, because we were always raised to believe essentially Malcolm X is Charles Xavier and Malcolm X is a Magneto and Martin Luther King is Charles Xavier. That was always how we saw it, from like, as we knew about those two figures before we knew about the X-Men, so by the time we knew about the X-Men, ooh, yeah. And also, the political aspect of X-Men was not at all subtle, even as a kid. Like, the first episode is like a civil rights case against Hank McCoy. Fucking insane. Love that show. King would get up to speak, as he would, used to call for the federal intervention and talking about voting rights and all that, which was by then passed. Willie Ricks worked with SNCC under Stokely, actually, and he told him, man, the people in the streets are ready for black power. Every time I say black power, they go holler and scream. Anyway, so Stokely, he got arrested the previous night. He was angry, and he came out and gave a speech. King had just spoken, and he had got up and just said, you know, I'm just damn tired of this. I've been arrested too many damn times for this. Every time I show my face in Mississippi, these damn cops just arrest me. He said, you know, we need to get our hands on some political power. We need some black power. All the people started screaming, black power, black power. And it shocked the shit out of the white press. It shocked the whole civil rights leadership. It really shocked the hell out of them. King was lost for words. Black power came into existence. At least the public image of it at that moment. And then shortly after that, in 68, was when Rich Stokely and some others that became part of the Black Panther Party. Because Huey Newton wanted a merger between the Panthers and a much larger SNC. The merger wasn't seamless at all. There was all sorts of forces inside each organization that didn't trust each other. The Panthers merged with the SNCC. Tell us about your involvement with the Panthers, Lorenzo. Oh, I should like be drinking water or something. I went in with the merger. Excuse me. This is a curious situation. It's one of the few times historically in the black struggle where members of one organization were drafted, and in the word used at the time, into a new smaller organization that had been in existence maybe not even for a year. Huey Newton understood that he had, in terms of his own forces, young and inexperienced organizers. Brothers off the block. SNCC was an organization that trained organizers and a method of struggle. Believe me, there were years we learned that if we've got trained organizers, you can do a hell of a lot more than if you've got someone who just walks in off the street. Yeah, I say that's true even today. And like, not to say that like grassroots organized people aren't useful for the struggle, but it is also important to like educate and train people. Like, if you can get someone like trained as like a medic, get someone like CPR certified, they can do much more, you know? And it's important that, you know, we make sure that organizationally we can have some skills and people can do where at least one had in certain ways. So it does make sense to have some level of onboarding, I would say, in terms of organizing and like organizing effectively. Anyway, he wanted to bring in the SNCC organizers, and he thought the way to do that was to recruit the three main leaders: Stokely Carmichael, H. Hat Brown, and James Foreman. Immediately from the inside of the SNCC was a firestorm of resistance, because all those guys inside SNCC had factions of support. Many raised questions about the idea of going to the BPP. They were saying, nobody consulted us. We didn't vote on this matter. This is undemocratic. What this did really tie in the tail of the Stokely Carmichael because he was chairman. People said, this guy is talking in powers in a way that SNCC had never done before. Up until that point, SNCC had always been an anti-authoritarian organization. In fact, in one stage in the early mid-60s, Paul Goodman, editor of the Anarchist magazine The Liberator, actually called it an anarchist organization. They had never had any kind of strong leadership and central committee until he got in power. I would say, importantly, and what's been said today, not of the Panthers specifically, but of organizing in general, like decentralization is important. Kind of what I was getting at with the wearing at least one hat, but like I misspoke and said wearing multiple hats, and I should have said that because having more skills and being able to attend to issues as they arise is really important. And that's how like decentralization and like organization can work, because it's not just like flattening power, but also flattening responsibility. And so like it is also harder to um, for state power to dismantle decentralized action or prevent it, because decentralized action, um, they can't just take one person and it all falls apart, you know? Which honestly, now seeing this makes the tragedy of what eventually happened to Huey that much worse, because if not for the consolidation of power and organization and like going against any sort of decentralized model and having a more hierarchical structure, it made it easier for an assassination to uh, really hurt the organization. He came to the office and brought in a central comedian. And he goes to the Black Panther Party. What the hell is going on? Inside the Black Panther Party, there were those that were afraid that the SNCC were a large organization and it would take over. So there was all this tension in both these organizations that had a lot to do with what happened to me when I came in. It was in the middle of that, coming out of SNCC, that went into the Black Panther Party. Janina. And the merger didn't last long. On one hand, there were personality problems, but of course the government were intent upon it not lasting. They did all they could to sow discord. If they had been able to stay together, it would have been powerful. With the talent and experience of the SNCC organizers, and that with the BP and what the BPP had accomplished in its short period of existence, but it didn't last long. Yeah, because as we fight each other, our enemies take advantage of that. Martin Luther King, John Connor. Well, I guess we know where your nerd genes are. Oh yeah, that parent was a huge fucking nerd. We were raised on fucking Terminator movies, Gremlins, was it Three Nights Over the Condor, all sorts of shit. What's so amazing is that Newton understood it. Nobody understood it, even the guys he drafted in. They didn't understand what he saw in terms of what the government and the police were going to do. They did exactly what he had suspected. They moved in on him. He was shot and almost killed after that. If it hadn't been for the merger, there would not have been anyone to take the organization over at the time. Oh. People don't like to admit that at this late date, but it's true. Janina says, Kylene Kelver was one of the people who played a really important role in Huey's defense after he had gotten shot and stabbed by the police, accused of killing a cop and severely wounding another, whilst he himself was seriously injured. Kylene came out of SNC herself, so she was an experienced organizer. She was able to take charge of that campaign and make it to an international design. I was about to say interdimensional. If she hadn't, Huey might have spent many years in prison. She could do it because she was experienced as NCC organizer before she had joined the BPP. Oh, so actually having some SNC people end up keeping the organization alive, I suppose. Wow. Lorenzo, exactly. You cannot overstate the importance of having SNCC at that stage. Also, I want to just reiterate and reinforce that the pigs coming after the Panthers and the SNCC and making them and trying to sow discord at every moment to make sure that their coalition would not work. And this was between two like majorly black organizations, as far as I can tell. It speaks a lot to collective power and how scary that is to state power. So, you know, remember that. Exactly. You cannot overstate the importance of having SNCC at that stage, of Kylie Kelver pushing the Free Huey movement, because the politics of the Black Panther Party were made known to millions of people. That's no exaggeration whatsoever. Millions of people worldwide heard of the Black Panther Party who wouldn't have otherwise. And it pushed it way beyond the stage where it started, just one of a number of Black Power organizations. It pushed it to the front of the very front. Janina. After Huey was shot and put in prison, that's when the membership really began to swell because of the Free Huey campaign, and the word got out, about this. So the membership grew and grew rather quickly, and it had been a very small group, and then it started spreading to all the major cities in the United States. And a lot of it had to do with what happened after Huey was shot. Incidentally, the police tried to kill him and frame him in October 1967. So by failing the first time, they actually made the Panthers stronger. Did you have any thoughts on mistakes made by the Black Panther Party that can be learned from them? Lorenzo. I would start at the structure of the organization. One of the things that always sticks in my mind about how the Black Panther Party failed is in terms of the leadership question. The leadership was not accountable to the membership. After it became obvious that Huey was clearly disabled, to put kindly suffering from mental paranoia and not helping by heavy amounts of cocaine and an overdose of power, we weren't able to remove him. I think this whole question of cadre organizations as opposed to bribe-based structured cadres are just the arms and eyes and ears of the leadership of the structures. Organizers should be broad-based, brought in and controlled by the community. I guess I'm more in favor of some of the SNCC politics. If you could merge the two and have broad-based organization with a politically focused and militant stand, I think you could have a chance to build a base and movement to starve off repression. Clearly, having a tight organization doesn't starve off repression in the BPP. Part of the reason it didn't is because of the leadership. I mean, I can't lay everything on the leadership. We didn't carry out our role in terms of challenging as a body what we saw was clearly wrong and was harming the organization. I want to make a note of repression because if your organization or your efforts or a movement is getting repressed by like the government, then that means that the government sees it as an act of threat. If you have a political action and there is not any sort of reaction by the government, then it can boost solidarity, it can boost sympathies to your cause, but state power generally does not see it as a major threat. I say that despite the fact that I have heard that in No King's protests across the country, there were people who were killed. I have not confirmed these accounts, but there have been news stories going on about that in various places in the United States. So I can't even say that, despite the fact that I think that a lot of the No Kings protests were just very much like demonstrations, and like a lot of people are saying, overwhelmingly peaceful, and they were. Like, I think that I'm still thinking of the college protests from last year and how I think that those were probably some of the most effective political action that we've seen in recent years in America. I would say that is some of the most effective, unfortunately, also because of the strong repressive force that came upon them. And it sucks that they weren't able to hold out for longer, and some of the local efforts by certain organizations and certain groups of students did have material effects, but it did suck to see them not even having more support than they did across the country, and it does suck when there is definitely something happening, but the the radical force does not have the means to resist repression. What happens to the masses of people is more important than any organization. That was a lesson that was hard to learn. I was told that by Martin Salisbury, who was never in the BPP but was a black militant at the time and later was an important political prisoner. He was the one that said, you know, organizations come and go, but the people are always there, and the people are our promise. Now, he was in a Young Lords organization at one point when he got out of prison because he was a black Puerto Rican. The point he's making is that, as I understand it, and I thought about it for years and years afterwards, these organizations are not meant to live permanently. They are simply tools to get liberation. It's the masses that have to move, not the political party. Then there were things with women. There were always women in the organization. The Panthers were much more in advance. In fact, than most of the organizations of the day. There's something no one wants to admit, that when they criticize the BPP, they're criticizing at the stage the most advanced organization. They were the first ones to come out in favor of the gay revolution. The gay revolution! The gay revolution! Sorry, I just... it is so validating to see this clearly clearly said, especially because the black culture that we were taught growing up was so anti-queer, was so fucking anti-queer. And it's very convenient that certain people who want to talk about black liberation and ignore the fight for queer liberation as well, and, you know, totally want to disregard the coalitions made between, well, black liberation organizers and queer liberation organizers. And it's sad to see, but it certainly fucking vindicates me. And it really doubles down that lying to children and making them not have choices and not know that they have choices, and not know the history and not know the world is like such a huge lever of control. Such a huge lever of control. There's so much stuff that our parents just never allowed us to know about, or tried their hardest not to, or to make us have to take the longest to understand those things purposefully. And we were worse off for it. But we're still here. And you are too, I guess. If you're watching this. Yeah. There were no other black organizations that did that. In fact, I don't think many still have. Oof. Well, in 2025, I think that's changed a little bit, but Jonina. Well, of course, there are a lot of black organizations that were against gay rights, Lorenzo, and against women's liberation. They made a number of mistakes there, but you have to look at it within the context of the time. So I think really, in my mind, that was less of a problem. I'm not minimizing. I'm sure you wouldn't allow me to do that no way. Women were not common enough in leadership roles. If you look at them in comparison to the black movement organizations and civil rights organizations, you know that they were head and shoulders above it. Dr. King's organization had a terrible reputation for sexism in women. What? No one's, I mean, shit, I don't want to say no one's perfect. I don't want to defend it. I don't. It's just like, damn. It's like when you first find out about Gandhi and how Gandhi is actually sort of a sex pest at the very least. Sex pest is putting it charitably. I've not heard such things about Martin Luther King, but especially because I've been thinking about mouthwashing all day, Thinking of Martin Luther King like the captain in mouthwash kind of hurts. It kind of fucking hurts. But also, no one's perfect, but not in a no, be nice to Martin Luther King. Like, no one's perfect. Like, yeah, I can see why our liberation didn't go farther. Our collective liberation. Because it took longer for people to actually fight for each other and not just themselves. And to see other people and other struggles as valid. You know, to see the people next to them as human as well, fighting for liberation. Now, SNCC had the best reputation over the roles women had, especially in the late stages. Joanina, there was a struggle within SNCC too about the whole question about female leadership. All the organizations went through it at some time. Lorenzo, so I think those areas are important, but in my estimation, because they had broad-based organization with community support, they could have resisted. I've always believed that they could have resisted the pressure. What do you think? Janina, well, yeah, I think if the structure had been different, I also think look at the state repression. What was done to destroy the organization? We did not understand how much repression we were going to get by telling the black community that it should defend itself against the power structure. Even with our community survival programs, J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, at one point said that out of all our activity, our breakfast program was the most subversive. Feeding people. You get that? Feeding people. Scared the government. The FBI. I'm holding, you can't see it, but I'm holding my hands on my, I just realized also by using this, I wonder if someone's gonna watch the VOD and think I'm like a rant-sona. I'm not a rant-sona, okay? But like, wow. Just wow. That has to put a smile on my face. Taking care of each other is fucking subversive. Remember that. Sorry, I need a moment. Hope is intoxicating sometimes, I have to admit. Subversive. We were feeding kids. J. Edgar Hoover was a racist, but he wasn't crazy. He understood the power of what we were doing in terms of radicals feeding hungry children. That was a really dangerous program, and that was one of the programs that the FBI went out to sabotage. At its height, the BPP breakfast program fed 10,000 kids a day. We did not have a complete understanding of what scale of confrontation we were entering with the state at that stage already. We had these agent provocateurs sent to disrupt us. We'd let anybody walk in off the streets to join, so in came these infiltrators and paid informants. I think that was one of our main errors. We were young. We were basically kids. We didn't know. That just made it easier for the counterintelligence program to destroy us. I think that in the present day and time, you have a lot more in terms of assessing people when they come to join you. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, shit, even though, like, our community as, like, a streamer and, like, just weird queers and disabled people and everybody, like, you know, being there for each other and talking about, like, shit they like and, like, mental health and everything, even in that sense, like, even if we weren't, like, our Discord wasn't, like, an 18 plus community, I think it still would benefit us to, like, have some sort of stopgate. And I mean, we do. It's not perfect, but it helps. And although it is helped and was the purpose was to, you know, make it so minors don't join the community, or to at least make the chance of them trying to join much, much lower. It also has made it so that people who had bad intentions couldn't just easily walk in. And it's so funny that what some people have considered a low bar to entry into our server has been too much for some people. And you never see them again. A little scrutiny isn't the same as gatekeeping, I would say. How to avoid repression. From the extreme experiences that you and your organization have been through, what do you think is the best way to deal with the problem of infiltration? Understand that the attempts to deal with it within the Black Panther Party led to such infighting and reclamation that in and of itself split the organization as much as infiltration. Lorenzo, I think accountability within the organization, so that if someone is saying something or someone is doing something, that there has to be some procedure in place for them to come forward and make it public to the entire membership of an organization or chapter. Also, there has to be some kind of procedure that a very basic thing, that is to know who's in and who's out of the organization. People will come up and say they're part of this and that, and they'll set up an organization or chapter, and you won't even know who the hell they are or what their real intentions are. So I think it's really important to have the accountability within the organization, have bribe-based coalitions that are accountable to the community as well as the masses in the organization itself. I think one of the weaknesses of this idea that if you create this tightly structured organization, you resist political penetration that comes from the Leninist politics. I think it was proven that with the Panthers and others that that's not necessarily the case. It's much more possible to isolate you and just destroy you. You don't have any assurances just because you've got an organization, a supposedly tight leadership in this and that and other, that you're safe. No, you can come in. Even though it had the appearance of a tight organization, people could come in and set up chapters. Can go in from one place to another. Oh my god, I'm thinking of fucking Fight Club, not gonna lie. If there were contradictions inside the organization, air them. They cannot be allowed to fester. Oh yeah, communication, like any relationship. You have to make it a policy. Use something to say about somebody, bring it forward and make it public. And if that person continues to do that, then have them be expelled. Janina, also just to have more democratic procedures. Lorenzo, yeah, that is part of it. You've got to have democratic procedures, but you also have to have the ability to get rid of these people when you find that they do have enemy agents. Because some people will say, you're expelling this person. Why? He's a good person. I've seen him doing. You have to explain to them why you do it. You have to have procedures in place to do this. I mean, it's not a chore that's pleasurable. That's fair. Like, people want to avoid conflict, and people want to avoid explaining why they did a thing, especially because even though they've done conflict by, say, expelling a person from a community, they're opening themselves up to conflict from people reacting and questioning it, even if they don't outright decry it. But when you have responsibilities, like, you should treat the people in your organization with that, like, respect and dignity in yourself too. Janina says, but in the Black Panther Party, you could be expelled. 1 week, you may be a really loyal, faithful member of the party thinking you're doing a really good job, and 2 weeks later, you can see your picture on the front of the Panther paper saying, expelled for life, enemy of the people. There might have been some cases when, in fact, these people were, in fact, agents, but they were not government agents all the time. Lorenzo, I think there were some things that were just basic to organization, just as being sure everything's done above board, being sure you've got accountability in the organization, being sure you've got basic unity and mutual respect. Some of these things are pretty obvious. These are going to be people coming in with bad blood, and to be quite honest, there's going to be conflict. There has to be a method that you've created inside your organization that can diffuse certain kinds of conflict. Otherwise, you got serious problems. Serious problems. It will split you right down the middle. If it doesn't do that, it will crush your organization. Dear Princess Celestia, today I learned that you really need to talk about your problems in the organization if you want to get things done, because state power will dismantle you if they see cracks in your defenses against insurgencies. Sorry, Infiltrators. Seattle and white anarchists. I want to know your views on recent events like Seattle. So this was closer to what, like 2020? 2021. This interview took place in 2021. So yeah, this is like the Chaz and stuff. I want to know your views on the recent events like Seattle. What do you think of the white anarchist movement in America and across Europe? Where do you see black groups in America going in the next 5 years? Lorenzo, the Seattle demonstration, the success of it, even the coalition, was very surprising. I don't necessarily see that. I don't necessarily see that way. Firstly, there's a question of longevity, as is it gonna last more than a year or two, even that far? Secondly, in the inner cities, most of the people that were black and brown, and we don't see them as of yet. It's more than just a question of involving black people in the actual events. It's also understanding that the same forces responsible for debt and the imprisonment of the, quote, third world countries are the same people who are responsible for the deterioration of the black community and the inner cities of the United States. Banging my drum. Intersectionality. Get it? They're responsible for mass homelessness. They're responsible for the unemployment that is bedeviling the inner cities of the United States. We also think that there's weakness in terms of them being primarily middle class, even though they're progressives. They don't have a working class base, white or black. It was evident in Seattle that there was some union participation, more than there was in Washington, D.C., which there was just almost totally youth. In Washington, D.C., which was 85% black, the demo was almost entirely white. They had not raised the issues, which allowed them to connect with black working class people. These things were going to be a noose around their neck if they don't understand that they have to revise their politics and be more inclusive. Black people are not going to come and join that movement unless there are genuine attempts to correct the deficiencies. Having said this, the fact is that these kids are in the streets, fighting with the fucking police with an anti-capitalist perspective. That does remind me of the old Panther politics. They're broader in the sense that they're so much larger in number, and they've got an open coalition, which I don't think we could have afforded to have had done back then. Obviously, we'll see the effect of the situation where the secret police penetrates further. We'll see. Right now, we can just say it's remarkable to see the success at this stage. Then there's a question of the idea of the anarchist movement. You know, for over 25 years, I've been critical of the anarchist movement for its failure to involve itself in the struggle of blacks and other peoples of color. Anarchism has some strengths in terms of its theories and its grassroots organizing style, which many movements can use to jump off with. Certainly, some of it has reflected in the Seattle movement. It also has some real serious problems in its inability to interact with peoples of color. I've seen everything from outright racism to condescension and pandering and everything in between. I've experienced that in my dealings with the anarchist movement in the States especially. One example is when I was working with Love and Rage, and I had submitted a written proposal to allow us to build a semi-autonomous people of color organization within it. I received severe censorshur and chastisement by the main movers in that organization. I had to quit it. Same thing happened in the Industrial Workers of the World, which I was a part of, which was not allegedly an anarchist organization, but has a majority membership of anarcho-syndicalist types. I felt the same thing. I wrote a proposal for a Black/People of Color workers organization group to bring workers of color and broaden the agenda of the IWW, and of course this was rejected as separatism. I think that, okay, so this is interesting. I think that it's important for me to, at least from my perspective, really make that distinction, because that is something that I fear can be misconstrued, which is why earlier we mentioned that we're not against joining black-only organizations, but that, like, sort of like our broader coalitions are, well, much more diverse in general in organizations that we are, and like communities that we are a part of, like already. But also that what we're doing even with the stream and how we're talking about these issues and trying to like include people beyond just black people or folks of color into this conversation, because I don't want this to be just this history lesson where you learn about black people. um but at the same time I am still centering, or at least I hope I'm centering, black like thought and theory and experiences, whether that be from our own personal takes or what we're taking from like the experiences and takes of the publications or people we're reading from, right? Um, and I think that it's really, there's a lot of nuance, and that nuance could easily end at, we just need to have more people in the organization. We just need to accept more people. We, in the same way that sometimes people are wanting to broaden coalitions without necessarily like, well, making compromises to who is making compromises to like protecting the marginalized members of that community. Like I think that part of what I believe was Lorenzo was talking about, in terms of people aren't gonna join your organization unless you talk about these deficiencies. What they mean is, especially in the talking about the centering of like having a working class base, is important, and because they had a middle class base, working class people felt like they weren't being they weren't being represented, that they didn't have a place there, and so like a large amount of the spillover of, you know, black participation is also going to be coming from working class people, not as much middle class people, and so in that sense, there wasn't like a lot of room or accommodation for, or even like, you know, sort of a an encouragement for working class people to join organizing, like, and also having leadership roles. I've heard people talking about how during the anti-Trump Me Too protests during the before the first Trump term, that there was a significant lack of black leadership. There was plenty of allowance of black people to like participate in demonstrations and protests, to be like bodies in the fight, but in terms of having leadership positions and being listened to and being able to be participating in organizing, and also organizers seeking coalitions with black people on the basis of organization, not just like holding signs or doing marches, like it doesn't send a good like message that black people will be like it's accepted. And I'll take this moment to also mention something that we want to talk about that we had heard on social media, that we, in the way of like sort of a thought terminating sort of argument, that at first we were like, I guess you have a point, but later, after seeing other people talk about it, we realized actually no, that isn't how we should do things. There are people talking about like, oh, white people should, you know, be in the streets and should put their neck on the line. We already did our work during the civil rights movement or something like that. Basically, you know, black people stay home, we'll get brutalized more. Like white people should put their skin on the line because they're less likely. And I mean, in a sort of brutal sense, yes, sort of. Like in spirit, I kind of get it, but that's in a spirit of spite, you know? I mean, we have a white partner. If they went to a protest and we stay home because we're black and they're white and they need to put in their, like, their dues, and they get, like, fucking tear gassed, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you got tear gas instead of me. Good job, you know? I'm probably gonna feel guilty for not going and being there, you know? We have to fight together. I mean, I know a lot of people, especially disabled people, who feel that they can't be going to protests, that they can't do something. But I want to also mention again, the Black Panther, the Black Panthers feeding people scared the government the most. There are many ways to resist. There are many ways to help your fellow person in ways that actually do have material effects. I promise. Being represented, wanting to be there is a feeling of, like, as a black person in almost any space, feeling like you have to fight to be respected, to be seen. There's so much that you have to balance, even if you're, like, quote unquote, like, quiet and not like a problem black person or whatever, right? Like, you know, I feel safe with you, Tyrone. Even for someone in that position, there's an amount of calculus that's going on for a lot of folks. And especially when it's strangers. I mean, it really hurts with political action, and a lot of people are like, yeah, it is one fight. But I mean, women's suffrage definitely left women of color out to fucking dry. It happens. And it continues to happen. And we gotta remember that. Fucking LGB without the T? Oh gosh. That's separatism. What it seemed like Lorenzo was asking for, I think, as opposed to we need to have a black only organization, is saying having a community specifically for people of color within this organization that is big and has everyone, so that we can have a force of influence in the organization. And so we can also support each other within the organization. Reminds us of when we went to college and we had like there was like a BIPOC like community house that people could go to, and they ran programs, and it was like, you know, building community. And I think that there are people who, in the same way that people question like you know, public assistance or like affirmative action, which, you know, has been dismantled. That's like, oh, why do you need this extra thing? And it's like, well, we need to support each other because, like, oftentimes no one else will, and having that extra support and community can make the difference between succeeding in, like, any field. Same reason that voices in black gaming exist, because there are deficits in the video game industry that disproportionately affect black people and BIPOC folks, and so an organization was made by black folks to raise black and BIPOC folks, because no one else in the game industry was like at the scale they want, that this community wants to fight for and protect people of color. I think we can strengthen our community and work together. We can be interdependent. If I'm getting a little ahead of myself. There is a question of the idea of anarchist movement. You know, for over 25 years, I've been critical of the anarchist movement for its failure to involve itself in the struggles of blacks over peoples of color. Anarchism has some strengths in terms of its theories and its grassroots organizing style, which many movements can use and jump with. Certainly, some of it has been reflected in the Seattle movement. There's also some real serious problems in its inability to interact with peoples of color. I have seen everything from outright racism to condescension and pandering and everything in between. I've experienced that in my dealings with the anarchist movement in the States especially. Okay, yeah, we did just read this, and it's like, oh yeah, and I wanted to have a black part, a black and BIPOC part of the organization, and they said it was separatism. Community organizing. Lorenzo, I have these kinds of experiences, which have taught me that it's important for us to organize autonomously. We won't have to put up with this sort of garbage if we can organize autonomously, as an autonomous formation with our own base of strength in the black community. That we can deal with other organizations from a position of strength and get respect for our positions. That's just one of the realities. Or we can, if we do so choose, stay in the community and just organize there and leave the white anarchists to their thing. Everyone gets a choice. Now that we've created an organization. The Black Autonomy Network of Community Organizers, which is for sure a formative organization. However, we think we've got potential for some to really reach deep in the black community with a practical program in addition to just a set of ideas. Another weakness with the movement is that it's got analysis with the paralysis. It's got political ideas, but it doesn't have a practical program to do grassroots work. So therefore, we wind up with a bunch of white kids and some other youth base from the petit bourgeois. We think we've got a chance to build working class, black and non-white support. We think we can reach in around the issues that are really important to the day-to-day issues of working class people. We can build that kind of alliance. But we can also come out of the community and raise issues that other forces outside will unite around. It's important to recognize, just as the Panthers did, that although issues might begin in the black community, they don't terminate in the black community. The point is to recognize that there can be autonomy on one hand, certainly for the black struggle and women's struggle, and at the same time there can be class unity. Yeah, we can have both. And I think that's actually something that's really nice for us to hear too. Us as in Fluffbite. Because we've for the longest time seen it as either we participate in communities that are diverse specifically and aren't like, I guess mono identitied, or be in the mono identity communities and just grin and bear the deficiencies with the intersectionalities because of like queerness and like say disabledness. And I think like talking about like where it starts it can start in the black community and go further and like coming to people from a place of strength, I think that's important too. In a sort of meet people where you're at place, I guess like we ended up in a different we ended up finding like alliances very much among like classes classes of people or of people who are less racialized than us or aren't racialized, instead of necessarily a bunch of support within a like black community, in the way of there's a lot of like say anti-queer sentiment in the black community, especially among like older generations. So that is constantly a thing that like someone like us has to deal with, because it was like a fucking non-starter, for us growing up and like becoming a legal adult. Part of the thing of that was I never want to live with my family again. I don't want to kill myself. I don't trust myself to live with them and them not inadvertently killing me, to put it nicely. Even at the time, even without fully recognizing our queerness, we knew that it was just not it would not be emotionally sustainable, you know? And so, we've often had to like pick and choose, and a lot of people, even the black community, is like, you know, you have to pick between like hanging out with the queers and hanging out with the niggas, you know? And it's just like, when given that choice, we have found that even though there are like, especially structurally and organizationally, we're still gonna run into racism a lot. Like, we have fortunately found white queers and non-black queers that like respect us and are in our corner and support us and are like, you know, woke. Right? But that doesn't mean that it can't also have solidarity with black people and like amongst black people. Though it's a lot more to navigate because, you know, we're in like interracial relationships and stuff, and like our communities are very diverse by the way we operate. So it's, for us, our home base isn't in the black community in the way that it would be if, like, I don't know, we like lived, like, say, with like a bunch of black people in a predominantly black community, and we're part of like you know, like a black church and stuff like that. Like, there's many different ways to be plugged into community, and some of those local ways are just not like predicated on that particularly. But who knows, maybe we'll find something. uh that being said, let's continue. The left doesn't mean shit in this. The left doesn't mean shit in this period. The black nationalist movement doesn't mean shit in this period. They just pretend a very small number of sorry, they just pretend. They just represent. Sorry. The black nationalist movement doesn't mean shit in this period. They just represent a very small number of people. They're petite bourgeoisie to the core. Our approach has to be, instead of worrying about all this garbage, do community work. Win the people, and all the other bills shit will fall into place. All that really doesn't matter. And you know, our thing is to try and reach into the black masses, lift their level of consciousness, grab a hold of them and bring them into the work that we're doing about practical things that can affect them. Food, housing, stopping police brutality. This is what we're attempting to do. This has not been easy to get in a position to even build a strong group. We're trying to do that. It will happen. We think we'll break out of this whole stage. You know, it's kind of the stage the Black Panther Party found itself in too. At one time, being one of a number of Black Power formations, it was able to break out of that. I think we're able to do that as well. I think one of the lessons, Jenny says, one of the things that Huey used to talk about was that in the black community, you really can't just be concerned with political ideology. You have to have programs that meet the concrete needs of people: food, clothing, housing, shelter, whatever. If you have that, then people will relate to you. If all you have is an ideology, it's irrelevant to them. They're not going to deal with it. I think that's very important. Poor people, working class people, they want to know, what kind of program do you have that will help me keep the police off my back, get a better school for my kids, put food on the table, find me a job? Other than that, you're irrelevant to the black community. You might as well not waste your time. Sometimes that's the bottom line. And that's the end of the interview. Beautifully put, honestly. Okay, how is our trajectory moving from here? Let's see. Yes. Article Juneteenth. Okay, we did about Juneteenth. Okay, okay, so with all that context in mind, let's read about the No Kings protest? Also, let me check chat and see if I have any redeems. I love how I'm seeing redeems from so many years ago. Wow. I can actually see them. Those are from 10 months ago. That one's from last year. Wheel Hano and Ada Ada. I can't believe this. Okay, well, at least I can see the stuff now and I know where to find it. I guess I'm just gonna dump everyone with a bunch of points. I'm just gonna reject all of them. Merry Christmas. Rejecting rewards and refunding all channel points. Because I'm insane. Everyone's gonna be like, wow, so many points now. What happened? No, there's too many points. Okay, so I'm not behind with chat or anything. Okay, let's look at like other stuff, I guess. Right, I have an article about the No Kings protests. Because, you know, that was a major protest that was around the entire United States. We're talking about political action, demonstration versus like protest, repression. We're talking about all that. Talking about that and not talking about the No Kings protests feels really weird. Muhaha, the point bourgeoisie grows. It's petty bourgeoisie, I'm pretty sure, but you know that you're being you're being silly. Here's why protesters say they attended the No Kings event across the country. They don't understand anything about the fact that we are all kings and not him. What the fuck, Americans? Oh my fucking god. That's a part of why George Atkerson, a former high school government teacher, felt compelled to join a protest in downtown Houston on Saturday. The 89-year-old affixed a sign to his walker that read, "The clothes have no emperor. He's all hat and no cattle." Atkinson told CNN he's been opposed to fascism all my life. I was a high school government teacher, and these people's kids would have failed my course. The people who support Trump, he said. The event was one more than 2,000 No Kings rallies held across the country on Saturday, protesting what organizers call authoritarianism, billionaire first politics, and the militarization of our democracy. Tens of thousands of people showed up to the rallies, including more than 50,000 in New York and more than 200,000 in Los Angeles. Officials in those cities said the events coincided with a military parade in Washington, D.C. to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army, which is also President Trump's 79th birthday. Ugh. The protests were largely peaceful, and many were planted and permitted with local authorities. So remember I was talking about what the difference between repression and the other thing was? Sorry, repression. Protest and a demonstration? These are demonstrations. But, you know, I'm being a little hair splitty in the distinction because colloquially everyone's just gonna call it a protest. But I mean, if generally like the government was like, yeah, you can do this thing and have all these people here, you got permission. It's like bratting. It's like no, I want to stay up. And they're like, okay, here's your stay up pass. And you spend your stay up pass saying, I want to stay up, I want to stay up, until you get tired and then you go to bed. And then you have your bedtime next time. I mean, it's a little cringe, but he's technically correct. The voter is sovereign in a democracy. I don't want kings at all. I mean, maybe some little kings, but those are different. I want kings I can piss in, okay? The protests were largely peaceful and many were planned and permitted with local authorities. I guess I need to say for my own ass, I'm not saying they should have been violent. I'm just saying that if they're planned and permitted, then it is not. They're not going to be repressed, and local governments are fine with it, and so it is not very effective political action. You can do largely peaceful protests that aren't cleared with local authorities. That is possible. They follow over a week of protests against immigration enforcement in Los Angeles, which prompted the president to take a rare step of federalizing the National Guard and deploying Marines. Now that's some fucking repression. Remember that? There was a kid with a skateboard that they were fucking shooting at. So dangerous. Fucking cowards. Similar demonstrations have since popped up across the country. CNN field teams spoke with attendees at rallies across the country. Here's what protesters had to tell us. Fighting for democracy. At demonstrations across the country, protesters emphasized the importance of democracy and institution they fear is eroding Trump's attempts to expand executive power. What's happening right now is the beginning of a long slide into autocracy. We've been in an autocracy, bro. Stephen Nunes told CNN at the protests in New York. For years, people have been saying we've been overreacting. We're not overreacting. This is what's happening. We can see it. There are people being assassinated. There are Democratic legislators being arrested. We have Marines in the streets in Los Angeles doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. And enough is enough, he went on. We have to make a stand right now. In Atlanta, crowds chanted, "No kings in America," and carried American flags and signs, including one that said, "Our vets did not fight for fascism." Yeah, remember when we fought Nazis? The protests themselves do nothing, but it is the first step to organizing real action. I agree with you, Specky. Hell, even my protest was starting to do some follow-up organizing, and my town is the whitest one in the union. Follow-up organizing is important. It can't just stop there. In Philadelphia, demonstrator Randy Wintergreen, president of the American Federation of Teachers, said, "On this day where we celebrate the flag, where we celebrate America, we're fighting for democracy. The through line in America is that the people are governed not by a king, not a tyrant, not nobility, but the people." Wintergarten said Philadelphia was a particularly meaningful location for the march because of its historical importance as a city where the founding fathers signed a Declaration of Independence. That's why I wanted to be in Philadelphia today, because we have to sum up what the farmers and the founders said so many years ago when they said no taxation without representation. No, King George, you don't rule us. In a way, this is actually a nationalist perspective. I've long since been not super impressed with the lie of our founders that all men are created equal, or rather the I guess it's a double lie. It's not, it's all they said all men are created equal, but they didn't mean all men. They certainly didn't mean all people. And people famously say that that the way they wrote it, they did intentionally because they didn't think the world was ready for such progressive politics. But I mean, shit, they fucking own slaves, you know? Liberation for me, but not for thee. The mythos they built, the fucking propaganda we heard in schools, top notch storytelling. I tell you what. But like, it rings sort of hollow when people talk about the history and the legacy of America when resisting Trump. They got the spirit though. I can't knock them for that. Debbie Wally, a protester in Los Angeles, told CNN she moved to the United States from London when she was 10. I came from a country of kings, she said. I didn't come here for another one. Man, I mean, this is CNN. This is very liberal. This feels a little fluffy, but at least they're like actually saying fascism is bad. Some people are having a hard time saying literally fascism is bad. People are having a hard time saying there is not a war in Gaza, there is a genocide. There's so many people who are struggling to give weight to the things that are happening because it's scary, or causing to question their beliefs and the backbone of like how they sleep at night. Sometimes you gotta stay up. Lately says she's been participating in protests since she marched against the Vietnam War in the 1960s. Rad. I'm here for democracy, she said. I'm here because I'm frightened of how we're traveling in this country, but my anger supersedes my fear. One attendee chose to make his message clear with style. Dennis Hahnemann attended a demonstration in Philadelphia dressed as Elvis, saying he's the only American king. I like that. That's funny. You get. I'll give you a silver star. Silver star. We're here to downplay the other kings, he said. He added attending the rally was important to him because I'm the father of 3 girls. I'm a grandfather to 4 boys and a girl, and I want them to be brought up in an America where they have equal rights and equal pay. Huge amount of money wasted. Many demonstrators called out the military parade itself, criticizing the use of taxpayer dollars for the event, which was estimated to have costed around $45 million. We need that money other places, said Renee Hall George, a social worker who attended the protest in Atlanta. How about funding education? How about feeding people? How about offering health care? Eliza Brasgold, who braved the rain to attend a rally in New York, said that the military parade disgusts me. It's a huge amount of money wasted, she told CNN. I hope it pours on this parade. There was some light drizzling at the Washington event, although the proceedings didn't seem to be affected. The president had said the parade would go on rain or shine. Oh, I thought they were gonna say he said it wouldn't rain on my parade, which would have been fucking hilarious because it literally did. Others decried the apparent message of the event, which saw a massive amount of military hardware and personnel paraded through the nation's capital, including 28 armored tanks weighing 70 tons each. Trump is doing it just to make himself feel bigger and better. And also, it threatens us, like to have the military go through the streets of our country. Lynn Stubbs, a social worker who attended a protest in Atlanta, said, it feels like a threat to me, like he's saying, don't speak up, don't stand out. Fascists control you through fear, yes. John Culver, a veteran who said he served 32 years in the Navy, said the parade made him feel very angry. He compared the display to military parades in Korea and Russia. Even Eisenhower said, we will not have these military parades after World War II because, again, the law is above any individual. He said CNN at the demonstration in Philadelphia wearing his Navy uniform. I think it sets a bad precedent. Immigration. Many protesters connected their attendance to the ongoing immigration crackdown and the federal government's forceful response to anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles. Maria Rodriguez told CNN she is a dreamer, a beneficiary of an Obama-era policy that protects undocumented immigrants brought to the United States as children. I love everything that America represents, and I know what's going on right now. This is not the definition of America, Rodriguez told CNN at a demonstration in Los Angeles. She came to the United States when she was 5. She said, I know I am an American. She added that she was particularly inspired to join the day's protests after seeing the arrest of David Herrera, a Californian union leader. Yeah, they go for leaders. At a protest against immigration raids in Los Angeles, as well as seeing U.S. Rep. Maxine Waters be denied access to an immigration detention facility when she went to speak with Herrera. Everything needs to stop. Everything needs to stop to be here, to fight for what's right, to stand up for our rights, she said. We all need to be here to speak up and to let Donald Trump know, and everyone that supports Donald Trump, that this is not right. Victoria Crafty, a college student visiting Philadelphia on vacation, told CNN that she was motivated to attend because her parents are immigrants. The outgoing federal immigration blitz is really stressful, she said. It makes it a lot more personal for me because a lot of people who don't have immigrants in their family feel a bit more removed from it. And making me think of that thing where it's like if you don't have a subjective perspective, like if you don't have people in your life, you don't have community, if you're not connected, then you don't feel an incentive to fight. Caring about other people will also bring people together to fight. That's important too. Having people not feel removed from it. Having people understand that it is all our fight. They say you attack the weakest link in a chain for a reason. They'll go for whoever is most susceptible and they'll work their way up. It could be my parents. It could be your neighbor. And I really wish people were a bit more compassionate to that. She held a sign that said, "Ice in my margarita, not in my streets." An attempt to bring a little bit of like a light-hearted take on a very serious topic. Hannah, the demonstrator, dressed as Elvis, called immigration the most important issue right now. I think Donald Trump has lost his mind with immigration, he told CNN. You know, without immigration, we wouldn't all be sitting here today. Daniela Palma Sancrio, a self-described daughter of immigrants, held a sign reading, "You can't admire the flowers and ignore the hands that harvest them," at protests in Los Angeles. That is a good sign. To me, that's powerful because a lot of people want to admire our community, our culture, and don't want to recognize the people that are actually making things happen, she said. She attended the rally alongside her parents and said it was their first time at a major protest. It's a lot of people's first time at protests. Rigo Orgetta, another protester in Los Angeles, told CNN he was there to support the people without voice, people who cannot vote, people who is being deported, leaving kids alone in their houses. The way Trump is doing his ICE raids is not fair to my point of view, he said. So we're trying here to support the people who cannot be here because they're afraid to do it. There are people afraid. And fascism is trying to make people afraid. We have to be brave, everybody. We have to be brave. Supporting the vulnerable. Other protesters spoke about the importance of protesting marginalized populations who say they are under attack. John Nix told CNN he was tired of Trump destroying Medicaid and all social services to hurt marginalized and disabled people like myself. There's so much stuff in this big bill. beautiful bill that he calls it, that's going to hurt disabled individuals like myself. Nick told CNN at a rally in Houston, referring to the giant domestic policy bill that has attracted criticism for its proposed cuts to Medicaid and other social services. Nick uses a wheelchair and experiences multiple disabilities. He told CNN, "What Trump wants to do is mess with everything for the disabled and marginalized," he said. Marta Scaffa-Gloria, who attended a protest in New York, said that she was motivated by what we've seen that progress is done in regards to regulation of environment, in regards to drilling and financing of fossil fuel subsidies and tax dollars going to fossil fuel expansion. I think it's really important that we show this regime, this administration, that the American people are against the authoritarian power, she said. That's a way to end the CNN article. Wow. Thanks, Zoe Scottle? Thank you. Okay, I think this one will be really good for us to read. This is another Anarchist library piece. Let's see. From originally from haters.noblogs.org. In spirit of continuing to lace together different resistances, gonna talk about Palestine. This is a little old. I hadn't seen anything more recent that seemed particularly relevant for this. But this should be a good jumping off point. We'll see. Let's see. This essay was sent to us by a way of friend of the collective. We feel the moment we are currently in requires no further explanation. As always, the zine version is available here. Author Anonymous. Topics: anti-colonialism, black liberation, criticism and critique, Frantz Fanon, George Floyd uprising, Islamophobia, nonviolence, Palestine, student movement, United States of America. Ten Anarchist thesis on Palestine solidarity in the United States. Let's not get fucked with the YouTube for like incitement or something. Ten Anarchist thesis on Palestinian solidarity in the United States. The strategy of solidarity reached its limits long ago. Solidarity today is an industry of conferences, lectures, book talks, and ritualistic protests. Symbolic solidarity. The war on Gaza has exposed the clear limits on solidarity movements in the United States. Palestine solidarity is an extreme case and point of a much larger development of solidarity, activism, and politics. The lesson of George Floyd uprising and other anti-police struggles over the last decade tells us two things: that the black movement over the course of a decade developed more militant forms of struggle based on the failures of reform, and second, new groups of people entered the fight against the police based on their immersion and willingness to act. The twin dynamics of the evolving black liberation struggle and capitalist immersion. What is this word? Oh my god. The active immersering.
Immiseration.
The immiseration. Immiseration. It's immiseration. The word is immiseration. Robert's pursuit of racial equality for everybody won him prosecution and immiseration and derailed his career. But then there's the whole mess of affordability and the displacement and financial immiseration that can only be solved by tackling the problem of housing. This is a very political word, then, huh? Such proximity to immiseration likely contributes to the sense of desperation on the display of these gatherings. The act of making miserable. There we go. Immiserating. Capitalist making people miserable. The twin dynamics of the evolving black liberation struggle and capitalist immiseration created the conditions for the George Floyd uprising. Materialist solidarity occurred historically under unique circumstances where people in the United States were compelled to act in new ways. As bad as the conditions in Palestine have gotten, they have not affected conditions in ways that force broader segments of oppressed and exploited people here in the United States to act. We have no definite answers about what to do in this movement, but we believe that anarchists must be having honest and serious conversations about what this moment means for us. In many ways, our theses seek to provoke questions among anarchists and our fellow travelers about how we intervene in broader social struggles beyond parroting the dominant narrative and actions of the activist left. These theses below map the contours of struggle today. If we find ourselves in a valley, at least we know where we are and begin to climb from the low point of a symbolic solidarity. Perhaps these comrades will be insulted by what we have said, but our guide is the Palestinian resistance to Israel. We stand with them. The ongoing genocide in Palestine cannot be stopped by more parades, speeches, and marches to nowhere. While people may feel empowered by chanting in the streets and making speeches, for many of us who understand these protests to be useless ritual, it is just another example of our weakness as revolutionaries in the United States as we witness another Nakba unfold. This was before October 7th, I'm pretty sure, yeah? So, yo. I mean, I am reading this right after talking about the No Kings protest in particular, and talking about that, but also recognizing, I mean, I don't want to say glass half full, I say like 10% full, that, yeah, it is a step towards gathering support and solidarity. I think that there is a sort of nihilistic edge, especially for like people who aren't as deep in the weeds, aren't as radicalized, or I guess to say it quite plainly, haven't bought in enough. And like talking before with that interview from as Black Panthers, talking about like coalition building is very important, and getting support really comes down to if you can help people survive, and everything else, like even ideology and philosophy is important and can guide us, right? It is important. That's way more important, I would say, generally, if I was making an absolute value judgment between that and say a protest that the government said was okay to do. I still believe in, diversity of tactics, and also you're not gonna get everyone to literally do the same thing because free will exists. And people do have different priorities, and that's why it's important to like have organizations, right? That's the strength of organizing, right? But of course, for anarchists and people who are like who we are in the weeds, like, it is important to recognize that, and maybe especially for someone who, say, doesn't have a lot of spoons, it may be more important than going to necessarily your local like every one of your local protests, as opposed to maybe going to some of them in order to like meet people and find out about other actions that are taking place and more ways that you can help and do something more concrete, as opposed to, say, for some people, going to a protest or two within a year and being like, well, I did my part, I want to bring a little bit of understanding to that point. And I want to say that in general, like within our struggles, because we could. When I was reading the last thingy, seeing what people were like, oh, this is the most important thing, or this issue specifically is the most important thing, is like in the back of my head, it's like, what about that trans genocide? You know, and it's so easy to say this exact same thing about like pride celebrations right now, because most of them are going to be approved by the like local governments, and you know, people talk about the first pride was a riot, and it was, but I don't think that the pride celebrations this year are going to be overwhelmingly not peaceful, obviously. um so I want to also mention that broad context, because I definitely am not trying to first world splain, I guess. Two, the social conflict about anti-Zionism seems to have been mostly contained to college campuses. It has not spread into a revolt against broader society. Unlike the George Floyd uprising, which continues to be our main reference point as anarchists who desire social revolution, most oppressed and exploited people continue to go about their day-to-day lives. When the protests spread to the streets, we see a broader composition of people, families, for example. But these are hardly revolts, but the public show frustration and symbolic support. Does this mean that American proletarians care little to fight against the genocide in Palestine? What are we to do then? Black and Palestinian liberation struggles are often held up as being in solidarity. This claim must be re-examined for us to move forwards. Beyond that moment in 2014 where Palestinians tweeted out support to Ferguson protesters, it is not seen that solidarity exists between these communities beyond individual activists from these backgrounds, Black and Palestinian, knowing one another. Rhetorical claims of solidarity during speeches or on an Instagram infographic is not material solidarity. It is dishonest to make such claims when material solidarity does not exist. I think that it is making me very aware of my own like rejection sensitive dysphoria to hear this and thinking about this, because it is very easy, I think, for a lot of people to go, oh shit. Especially if you're reading this in good faith, you go, "Oh, I'm not actually doing anything material," and that can make you go into a black pill nihilist spiral. And we'll say for the record that we feel like our support of like Gazans has been symbolic, and we haven't even been talking on our platform nearly as much as like other trans VTubers we know or know of. And we want to be better about that. And next time we do a subathon or something, or do some like big multi-day stream thing on purpose, we want to do something. We've still never done any sort of like charity stream or anything, and we want to do some material good instead of just talking about it. I don't know if this stream is in a gray area between the two, because information and educating is good and important, but is not in and of itself action in the way that we want to do it. So we keep thinking about that, and we also want to like support communities as well. Though it is really easy for us to go, and we've done it before, of going, oh well, I'm struggling right now, so this next big money drive or push will be for us, and then the next one will be for like Palestine, or for like, you know, Trans Lifeline or something. And then we're always struggling. It's like, we're probably never not going to be struggling, or it's going to be a long time out, so we might as well do what we can little by little, even if you know, it might be a little bit harder sometimes, as long as we know we can like make it through. It's different if it's like absolute emergency, you know. Hey Evie, happy Juneteenth. Good to see you. Ruffles your hair. We're learning about solidarity. Yeah. Okay. It is not saying that solidarity exists between these communities beyond individual activists from these backgrounds, black and Palestinian, knowing each other. Rhetorical claims of solidarity during speeches or an Instagram infographic is not material solidarity. It is dishonest to make such claims when material solidarity does not exist. Anarchists who fight alongside the black liberation struggle must be critical of the idea of solidarity based upon such dubious claims, as we ourselves see solidarity as material actions you take. While we see similarities between the Palestinian youth who fight the IOF in Gaza and the black youth in American ghettos who fight the police, we are not sure if this is solidarity. This is a stark critical look. In a more positive note, the nonviolent direction actions by Jewish groups such as If Not Now and Jewish Voices for Peace are a step ahead of the ritualistic protests, but also a ritual themselves. While it's inspiring to see Jewish comrades stand up to the warmongers and Zionists, these actions do not meet the needed requirements to stop the war on Gaza either. Okay. Going forward. Number 5. Multiple comrades who attend the pro-Palestinian parades in American cities have talked about how many of the cars in the demonstrations are expensive. This indicates something about the broader class character of the movement. Like when Lorenzo talked about Seattle and mentioned that they didn't have a working class base. As a comrade said, non-black middle-class Muslims are similar to the white middle class absorbed in consumerism and careers. They worship a god, the US dollar. Their class contradictions prevent them from doing anything meaningful regarding Palestine. If the class character of the leaders of the pro-Palestinian movement in the United States are petty bourgeoisie, what is the place of anarchists within it? Should we not even be involved? Is it critical to understand that historically anti-colonial struggles are not only the domain of the working classes and anti-capitalist revolutionaries? This seems to be the case in our contemporary setting as well. Fanon teaches us that often the national bourgeoisie or right-wing elements of the petit bourgeois often take part in anti-colonial struggles while forsaking the class struggle. As anarchists, we may share repulsion and outrage at the genocide in Gaza, but we probably share little else with the leaders of these protests in terms of our view on the world. That is an uncomfortable reality we must come to terms with. It is important to look at the leaders of organizations and how the organizations are built, as we have seen talked about with the Black Panthers before, especially if they have a very hierarchical structure. That if they have in the way that the United States is experiencing right now, that if the president is a fucking ass, that we don't get to, apparently, even when someone was supposed to be kicked out of being a president, they can still apply to be president again. And they can escape crimes from if they win. Like, there's so much bullshit, right? Like, if you have a really fucked up hierarchical structure, even with checks and balances in place, as we all know from our 7th grade social studies class, if you even remember, the 3 branches of government are supposed to keep each other in check, and we're seeing that does not fucking work. They used an honor system more than we ever thought. And we have to remember that just throwing our money at organizations as well only does so much, and getting involved, especially with local communities and local organizations, is imperative to like solid action, and especially if we in America who are supporting not just like a ceasefire but an end to the genocide, like, there is a lot of work to be done, and materially, I will say things are lacking in a lot of ways. I definitely can agree with that. This one is not sunshine and roses. This one is not the power. This one isn't. This piece of thought is definitely not pulling its punches. But I think we can handle it, kids. Anti-colonialism has long been a domain of the POC left in the United States. POC leftist Reed Fannin tweeted about Haiti and waxed poetics about armed struggle. Despite this, we have yet to see any militancy from these POC leftists. Instead, they live vicariously through the resistance of the Palestinians in Gaza, people while lacking any of that bravery themselves. They chant Antifa revolution in the street on megaphones and then go home. Meanwhile, anarchist comrades in Palestine train the youth in black bloc tactics and fight the Israeli occupiers in the streets of eastern Jerusalem. I want to say that this could easily, a person could easily, again, like, sort of like nihilistically black pills, like, oh no, I have no power, I can't do anything, I'm just an American who is barely surviving, and I get a little bit of a feeling that I'm helping every once in a while, but I don't actually do anything. Like, we've been through that loop so many times, everybody. Please, just in case you stepped on that landmine, I got a Phoenix down for you. To anarchist militants with an interest in fighting alongside anti-colonial struggles, there's a question that has arisen for us witnessing and attending these demonstrations in American cities. The question is why these demonstrations have not been more confrontational with the American police. A lot of protests are very much wanting to like feel legitimacy by being like, it is peaceful. It is peaceful. I mean, they weren't repressed, so like, I don't know. I would say defensive action is different than going to the brick pallet that the police literally leave so they can have just cause to brutalize you. I don't know what they mean by confrontation with the police, so I am raising an eyebrow at that in the sense of just in a general sense, finger wagging that they're not like butting heads with police at every turn. Though obviously I think the grounds in which and the context of which definitely matters, like how during the like pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses, police would sit on the sidelines and let like fucking hate groups come and brutalize the students, the protesters, and then they would come and like basically be like, oh, y'all are in a fight, and I don't know if you've ever been like bullied in school or something. It's like they started and it's like, oh, I just see you fighting, it is also a double bind sort of situation with the LA protests against the forced deportation of people. There were people I saw all over Blue Sky being like, no, if you're violent, if you keep pushing back against the police, then Trump will be able to send in the all the things. And he did anyway, and he would have anyway. They're already breaking the rules. They don't need a reason. They'll fabricate a reason. Yes, they're gonna bait and goat you, but they have you in a double bind, because if we go, oh yes, we're only doing the permits and we're being the most good boys and girls and MBs when we say we don't like the king. We are not doing anything when that happens. That is true. I can't we're not materially doing anything to help the struggles that we're pushing for in in that instance. But I don't think that we should comply in advance. Like, there are people being like, oh, if the police come at you at a protest, you should, like, sit down to show that you aren't scared. And generally, I've seen videos of people doing that and getting pepper sprayed. So I don't do that. But let's see where this goes. If we understand the reality that the IOF has trained American police, shouldn't the American police be the immediate enemy of those demonstrators? This is complicated by how there have been photos of Arab cops with Palestinian flags in Chicago. Even more embarrassingly, after a Zionist pepper sprayed a cop in Skokie. Palestinian solidarity activists help him wash his eyes. The whole Black liberation solidarity rhetoric continues to ring hollow with these actions to support actions of support for police. However, encouragingly, in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, crowds clashed and taunted the NYPD for their connections to the IOF. However, to our knowledge, this remains an outlier. Unsurprisingly, these demonstrations are also filled with many authoritarian leftist cowards who seek to recruit more young people for their cults. And unfortunately, as much as that sounds like paranoia, there are leftist cults, or cults that are left-leaning or open to, say, diverse people. Look up the Zizians. Or maybe don't. Maybe don't. When these protests are the only option to engage in an action for Palestine, it feels unfortunate for anarchists. Perhaps more reason for anarchists and other anti-colonial forces to organize autonomously. There's that context again. That thing of being able to act autonomously. Is important to having like when people talk about having like local organization and not just organizing for a big protest online. It is clear that Islamophobia is on the rise again. The tragic murder of Wendella Al-Fanome, who is this person is the first time I've heard her name, by a Zionist Trump-supporting landlord is indicative of this. The far right continues to label anyone who supports Palestine as a terrorist. The attacks on various Black and Arab activists who have been pro-Palestinian speak to this. What is the anarchist intervention against Islamophobia? At the same time, the fight against anti-Semitism cannot be dropped either. We have already seen fascists attack Zionists in Palestinian solidarity demonstration and rally. Our stand must always be clear. We are against both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. How we position ourselves in context is difficult, but matters. Finally, must prevent the polarization to become one of Jews versus Muslim. That is no horizon for emancipation. This is true, which I think is good to remember. Like, when you are being angry at, like, say, someone who, if you're being angry at a power structure, there's a difference between the power structure and the people. Like how if someone says they hate America, I don't take it personally. I don't think they hate me personally. I'm not the American system. I'm not the American government. I don't even work for the American government. I am in no way an arm of the state. Not even a pinky. And so, like, in that same way, we have to remember that although there's a lot of propaganda, and unfortunately, there's at least a very vocal amount of like pro-Zionist sentiment among citizens of Israel. There is within the Jewish community globally a great amount of condemnation against Zionism. And you have to remember that, because like the alt-right and stuff, or the right, is definitely continuing and will continue to weaponize anti-Semitism to make wedges between like solidarity and doing like this big mischaracterization so they can get away with continuing to basically say that people who are pro Palestine are bigots in some way. That is a powerful tool they will continue to use. So we have to be aware of that in that way that they sow divisions. Remember, the Black Panther Party had divisions sown between just black people. They work hard to the state forces will work hard to pull us apart. You gotta remember that. I think people on the right want to make this about religion. Don't let them. This is about governments trying to commit genocide with little care for their own people. 9. The ability of the Al-Aqsa flood operation overwhelm and overextend, if only for a moment, the Israeli state shows that the imperialist powers are not all powerful. The breaking of the Gaza wall is reminiscent of the destruction of the 3rd precinct in Minneapolis. Oh yeah, I remember that. The struggle in Palestine should be a constant inspiration for us here in the United States. In the United States, the first step for Palestinian solidarity is to make its position clear on black liberation. A rudimentary starting point is to chant expressing support for black liberation and Palestinian liberation, as well as condemnation for police to become commonplace at demonstrations. There are many other ways to do this, but for us it begins with honesty about material solidarity as opposed to rhetorical. This will only be a first step, as plenty of black people have good reasons to distrust Arabs and Muslims in the context of white supremacist America, but this is where it all must begin. Well, I think anyone who has like a white supremacist mindset can be an agent of white supremacy. I don't know. I feel like that last part is weirdly worded. I mean, again, like thinking about like say bourgeois, like minorities. There's that, and then like there are certain minorities that are closer to like say quote unquote the model minority, and then there's also colorism. There's a lot of factors in terms of individual like abilities to be less affected by racialization, but I don't know. The wording left a bad taste in my mouth. I'll move on. Good faith as much as I can. Ultimately, our main task as revolutionaries in the United States remains to be the unmasking of the American empire. Anarchists are for solidarity in Palestine, but the solidarity of tweets of a few activists is pretty thin compared to the shared solidarity of struggling together in large numbers. We have not seen this in the United States. We are for solidarity, but cannot prop up false or razor-thin claims either. From this honest starting point, what we ask why there is so little material solidarity and what can be done about it. We cannot let our emotional attachments to a movement that has led to no advancements in our struggle here, let alone providing any relief or aid for Palestinians struggling settler colonialism in Gaza and the West Bank to distract from the real mission. Freedom for Palestine means death to America. There's a lot of ways I could go about this. This was very stark. This is a very radical reading. This is 2023 actually. So this is super recent. And talking about the student movement, so this actually is after October 7th. I think being honest about like our material contributions to movements is important, and it's also intimidating and scary to be like how do I help more when you already feel spread so thin, especially if you spend a lot of time on social media, if you're a very internet critter, especially if you have reasons to say something that's regular in our audiences, you know, folks who are disabled who don't feel safe going to protests or maybe don't have support like with other folks. But honestly, I think the message here, especially with that last part, could easily be construed in a way. And I especially want to think of people who may feel like really guilty about like saying having some amount of privilege. And I mean, like, it feels weird to say we feel like we have privilege because we have a partner that makes sure that we don't, who pays the rent and who pays the rent for us, and make sure we don't go hungry. Like, something being a privilege doesn't necessarily mean that you are like without problems or that your situation isn't precarious. And being aware of your privilege, however relative it is, within context can really be scary, which is why, like, you know, white poor people have been so, it has been so important for like bigots to radicalize them to bigotry so as they don't support things within their own interest. And it's harder to see the things that are within your own interest when things have been so separated. And I mean, even thinking about further up on the list and talking about like leaders in organizational roles being like pay bourgeois, and even though that they are like, you know, in solidarity from like their racial perspective, that they have a separation because of, you know, their class. And it's relevant to recognize that in our like smaller ways, and that we have more in common with someone struggling in Palestine to live than, say, like someone who may be an organizer but is like, say, a nepo baby or something, right? I just don't want you to fall to despair, I guess. I think that working on the material stuff is important. I think talking about and making sure you're keeping track of, like, say, in the way that the student protests were very much targeting the what they recognize as these institutions that were directly or indirectly giving money or support in some way that materially allowed Israel to continue or accelerate their genocide, that making those organizations, making those colleges, making their boards and stuff divest from those institutions that are like, you know, CPAC and stuff, is like relevant to taking power away from Zionists. And like thinking about it like that, and thinking about like the aims and how we achieve those aims and the different ways that those aims are achieved, I think is a way to maybe contextualize like what your role here can be, especially if you don't feel like going to protests, especially the protests in the sense that this person is talking about, is within your best interest. Because something else I want to say, and is important, not to just be a martyr and like recklessly start fights with police. And I hope that that's not what this person is saying. It's like, don't go to a peaceful protest and start like picking a fight with police. However, I think that like inviting police with open arms and like being so much like trying to be a good little protester isn't the play either. And keeping that in mind, also remembering that helping with things that keep people alive is also very important. So like putting pressure on folks that are materially doing something to help the Zionist war machine is a way to help Palestinians as well. So I'm not even here to try to give you all the answers. If you have the spoons one day, maybe do some research. Beats doom scrolling. See what things where things are. There's like places that if you don't support, then that can help. Not going to like Starbucks and Target and stuff like that. I know it's small things, and I know that, you know, vote with your wallet is shitty and should certainly not be the beginning and end of any action that you think is going to help politically. However, small snowflakes become an avalanche. Okay, we got more stuff that we can talk about. Okay, so let me see. Okay, we talked about the No King protest. I'm looking at my schedule sheet. We talked about solidarity with Palestine. In context of protests and stuff. We are free until we're all free. We talked about that to a degree. In terms of wrapping that in, and like cops being trained in the same way that like the IOF and stuff, I think that this moment in particular, we should be talking about Cop City, which is actually not on here. I should have put that on here. That was the last minute thingy. Because we wanted to contextualize Cop City, because like to understand the thing of this affects us. The cops that are getting trained to deal with protesters in violent, suppressive ways are being taught in the same ways and by the same institutions that are training Zionist soldiers to kill babies. Okay, so what is Cop City if you don't know what the fuck that is? Let's talk about it. Cop City, the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, commonly known as Cop City, is a police and fire department training campus in DeKalb County near Atlanta, Georgia, United States. That was also a major place for the No Kings protest, if you remember correctly. Much of the land included in the plains was formerly part of the old Atlanta prison farm, which was abandoned in 1995. The project... It used to be a prison? Oh, that's fucked. That's so fucked. An abandoned city-owned prison complex in southwest DeKalb County. This could have been housing. They could have turned this into housing. Ugh. From possibly... Wait, I'm now curious about this. Oh, now I get dark mode? Oh, now I get dark mode. Yay. The old Atlanta prison farm is an abandoned owned prison complex in southwest DeKalb County. From approximately 1920 and 1990, the farm was worked by prisoners to produce food for the region's prison system. Oh. There are limited historical records detailing the operation of the farm, especially after 1965. Oh, so they could do whatever they want. You know, what the fuck happened to people who went there? The prison farm is located in the South River Forest, a 3,500 acre green space inside the Atlanta perimeter that conservationists have sought to protect since 2000. Oh, wow. Now, ecological concerns. It's all connected. A controversial police training facility dubbed Cop City by opponents was approved for construction on the site of the prison farm by the Atlanta City Council in September 2021. Opponents say the project is an example of environmental racism and have opposed the project by occupying the forest around the prison farm, leading to several conflicts with Atlanta police. History and farm operation. The old Atlanta prison farm began operating in about 1920 and saw its heaviest production during the 1950s when it was called the Honor Farm. By 1959, the farm was producing 880 tons of food and generated $115,000 in profit for the prison system. Products produced on the farm include pork, vegetables, and milk. A 1999 historical analysis of the prison farm by Gillian Watland of the Atlanta Department of City Planning stated that the farm was owned and operated as a federal prison from 1918 to 1965, when it was acquired by the city of Atlanta. In 2021, the Atlanta Community Press Collective analyzed city and press archives and concluded that the Wooten's 1999 report conflated 3 different properties used by prison systems in Atlanta, and that the prison farm was never federally owned. Wooten's report described the farm as a relatively low security establishment for non-violent offenders from its inception until the city's acquisition of the farm in 1965, which after there are limited records. The 2021 report by the Atlanta Community Press Collective found evidence of systemic abuse, torture, overcrowding, neglect, and racialized violence throughout the prison farm's history, as well as the possibility that unmarked graves of prisoners exist on the grounds. Might wanna bury them respectfully before you build cop training grounds on there. Wow, it just gets worse and worse. I didn't even know this. I didn't know about this. Sorry, I didn't want to imply that they should still be able to build it, because they shouldn't. I don't want them to. Fuck Cop City. The project was proposed by the city of Atlanta in 2021 and met a multifaceted movement opposing the construction of the training center. Stop Cop City movement. Decentralized. In January 2023, Manuel Esteban Perez Terran, a member of the Stop City movement, was fatally shot by Atlanta police, drawing national and international attention and escalating conflict around the project. Stop Cop City protesters arrested in late 2022 and early 2023 were charged with domestic terrorism. The appropriativeness of these charges has been criticized by civil liberties advocates. In September 2023, 61 people were indicted with racketeering under the state's RICO law, and was likely the largest criminal conspiracy case ever filed against protesters in the U.S. As of April 2025, the RICO defendants have not gone to trial. The facility occupies 85 acres owned by the city of Atlanta in the South River Forest, DeKalb County, Georgia. The city promised the development would also include 265 acres of green space, though fact checkers have found that the size of the promised green space was oversold by at least 40%. Construction of the center began in spring 2023, and $118 million cost of the facility was shared by the Atlanta Police Foundation and the city of Atlanta, with the city paying $67 million for the project, though the originally promised taxpayer cost was $30 million. More than double. The center opened in April 2025 for use as a training campus for police and fire services. Facilities include bathrooms, a burn building, a mock city including apartments, a bar and a nightclub, a school, and a shooting range. Firefighter jargon including a diverse lexicon of both common and idiosyncratic terms. Wow. Development history? In April 2021, Atlanta Mayor Kesha Lace Bottoms proposed the project with a budget of $90 million. The project was approved by the City Council in September of that year in spite of a lengthy public comment opposing the project. Hey, look! Wow. I bet she supported Kamala Harris. Wow. It's nice to see that black people can be bootlicking pro-cop politicians too. Since 2021, numerous public gatherings, protests, and community events, including skill shares, guided hikes, and musical performances, were held at the site. Pre-construction clearing of the site began in May 2022. The key event in the conflict around the development occurred in December 2022, when 5 protesters were arrested and charged with domestic terrorism. The first time domestic terrorism charges were filed against environmental activists in the U.S. Let's jump to the opening, because it opened? I didn't know it opened. In April 2025, city and state officials celebrated the grand opening of the Atlantic Public Safety Training Center. For the first time, the center will facilitate local police officers and firefighters training together. The connection between this and like IOF stuff, I don't have like information and stuff for, but we'll look at that maybe another time. I'd love to explore it a little bit more in detail so I can like clearly say the connections instead of just, you know, like what I've heard from just hearing people talk about it, but like they use the same fucking tactics. Well, let's bookmark that for later. But yeah, COPSI is bad. It is part of what is gonna make things worse for people in the future. This could have been land used for something actually productive for human survival, and considering the fucked up shit that happened on these acres of land, it is also an affront to the fucked up shit that happened there that law enforcement now get to train there, probably on top of fucking mass grave. Christ. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm wiggling in my seat. I'm trying not to piss my chair. I'll be right back. Not quite ready for a break. Panties are wet, but no squish. It's not like a wooden chair or something. My chair is also on my bed, which means if I piss my chair, I also piss my bed. Which, if I had limitless beds. Let's see. Let's see. We're not done reading stuff. Okay, but we understand at least to some degree about Cop City. People have died protesting it, and people's lives have been upturned protesting it. Things are bad. And similar training facilities are probably going to continue to be spearheaded. I am curious in finding information because I have heard that like the IOF will eventually train here, but I cannot confirm this. Okay. Oh, can we confirm this? This is, oh, they even have a Juneteenth page. This is a site that we've never used, so we can't say like, yes, this is a site that I go to all the time for my leftist news. So keep that in mind. But you know, we found something. Also, I'm not the one who gathered our research materials today. That would have been Thorn. So the fact that I was surprised by this is because of that. Kind of weird when you share a mind. This one 2024. Okay. I mean, I know you're joking, Evie, but also, I'm Arashi though. Atlanta's Cop City is funded by some of the same billionaires who back AIPAC. Donors to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee are underwriting a thin blue line between Israel and Cop City. Over the past few years, the battle against the proposed 85-acre Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, commonly known as Cop City, has emerged as a national flashpoint of resistance to militarized corporate-backed police power. As it turns out, Cop City is also backed by some of the top donors to the powerful pro-Israel lobbying group, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC. Initially approved in 2021 by the Atlanta City Council, despite major community opposition, Cop City has faced criticism for being many things, including a grave misuse of resources and an attack on indigenous rights and critical green space. But organizers also see another disturbing aspect to Cop City. It will deepen a policing ecosphere in Atlanta with close ties to Israeli forces that oppress Palestinians. Israel's genocidal siege of Gaza has intensified long-time organizing around training exchanges between police forces in Georgia, Israel overseen by the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, housed by Georgia at the State University in Atlanta. Gilly and the Atlanta Police Foundation behind Cop City have an overlapping network of wealthy and corporate backers, some of whom are outspoken in defending Israel. Moreover, as progressive criticism of AIPAC and its politically reactionary donor base grows, Truth Out found that some of the AIPAC's top donors are significant backers of the Atlanta Police Foundation. Amara Al-Sabani and Kay Abagadi are both organizers with Demilitarized Atlanta to Palestine, a coalition of local activists drawing connections between policing in Atlanta and Israeli occupation and apartheid against Palestinians. They told Truth Out that the current assault on Gaza has heightened the need to oppose the alliance between Atlanta and Israel that Cop City will only strengthen. We want to make more clear connections between policing of black people in Atlanta and the genocide in Palestine, said Agadeboy. A corporate project for militarized police power. Cop City is emblematic of the tight alliance between corporate power and police departments across the U.S. This alliance is bolstered by police foundations, which expand police power against a backdrop of police street-driven gentrification and swelling popular protests against everything from rising housing costs to Israeli genocidal siege of the Israelis' genocidal siege of Gaza. The bulk of the 110 million behind Cop City is being funded by the Atlanta Police Foundation and its corporate donors, who constitute the core network of Atlanta's power elite. These backers of Cop City include major corporations across the multiple sectors headquartered in Atlanta, such as Georgia Power, Home Depot, my fucking bank. Shit, I gotta fucking change banks. Shit. Well, fuck. How am I not surprised to see Chick-fil-A on this list? Home Depot, Bank of America, Chick-fil-A, Coca-Cola, and Cox Enterprises, a massive conglomerate that owns the city's main newspaper. The project is also strongly backed by powerful business growth coalitions aiming to shape Atlanta around elite interests, including the Atlanta Committee for Progress, a group dominated by the city's most powerful CEOs who run its board, and Invest in Atlanta, a major donor to the Atlanta Police Foundation fundraising campaign that appears to be bankrolling Cop City. Police foundations like Atlanta's play critical roles. God, I'm thinking of a critical role. Sorry. I wish Vox Machina could help us here. They would have helped us stop Cop City. The police foundations like Atlanta's play critical roles across the U.S. in cementing alliances between corporate elites and police forces. Corporate representatives serve on police foundation boards, and corporate sponsor their annual galas and fundraisers. Police foundations funnel millions of dollars in corporate donations to police departments, evading transparency around police funding that comes with public budget allocations. Though police foundations like Atlanta's corporations and police socialize and network, building a nexus that shapes power and control within cities. The Atlanta Police Foundation's board represents a cross-section of the city's ruling class. They have a thingy here, so what is this? Hello, Atlanta Police Foundation. Let me close that immediately. Among the other corporate sectors, major real estate interests help bankroll the Atlanta Police Foundation and surveillance of police training projects. The foundation's chairman is Robert Loudermilk. That is like a name a writer made up. CEO of the Loudmilk Companies. I see. A major Atlanta developer and huge donor to the city's video surveillance integration center. Surveillance. And it's all making more and more sense. Which is named after the Loudmilks. Billionaire. Now I'm thinking of Screaming Milk. Billionaire private equity baron Tony Ressler, who owns the Atlanta Hawks and is a major investor to downtown Atlanta properties, donated $1 million to Cop City fundraising campaign. Cop City can be untangled from the rapid gentrification that's happening in Atlanta. Abedabe told Truth Out, pointing out that Atlanta is ground zero for corporate ownership of single-family homes. Gilly and Palestine connection. Many local organizers also believe that the construction of Cop City will expand Atlanta's role within the circuit of global policing exchanges. According to documents published by the Atlanta Community Press Collective, nearly half of Cop City trainees would come from outside of Georgia. A major focus here is the Atlanta Police Department's close and long-time relationship with the Israeli police fostered by Gilly. Atlanta and Cop City activists continue to push to abolish Gilly program amid the Palestinian genocide. Activists hope to spread awareness about the relationship between Cop City and Gilly program. So they've been talking about this for a while. Student quote, students at GSU and folks around Atlanta continue to organize to shut down the Glee program, said Ari Bree, a Jewish organizer who has been active with Jewish Voices for Peace in Atlanta, Jews Against Genocide in the wake of the October 7th attacks. Members of B's organization have rallied outside of the Israeli consulate in Atlanta, supported events led by students on college campuses, participated in interfaith press conferences, and organized rallies. As horrific as the genocide unfolding in Gaza is, I'm hopeful that it's reinvigorating our communities here to step up to our responsibility to end this law enforcement exchange that only creates more violence in the world. Corporations like Cox, Chick-fil-A, and Coca-Cola are giving the APF multi-million-dollar donations to make Gilly better. You have private capital essentially investing and supporting this program. Politicians at every level in Georgia support the program to the point where hundreds of police trainees are sent from Georgia and across the U.S. to train with Israeli occupational forces in Palestine. They're learning these advanced tactics that the Israeli occupation forces, IOF, is what we've been talking about, uses because they're known for being innovative and repressive. They're innovating policing. Run. For decades, Gilly has organized training between U.S. police forces and the Israeli police. During these exchanges, delegations of U.S. and Israeli police leaders visit each other to share and learn policing strategies and tactics. The Atlanta Police Department and other Georgia law enforcement bodies have been core participants since the 1990s. Often a Gilly delegation will take trips to Israel to train on the ground. Atlanta's WSLA reported, some years the delegation hosts Israeli officers here in Atlanta. Atlanta police chiefs and statewide law enforcement leaders study Israeli policing strategies, tactics, and technology, as well as counterterrorism. Remember what counts as terrorism in the U.S.? Environmental action. Emergency management and homeland security policies, according to one report. I am proud to say that our thin blue line stretches across the Atlantic Ocean to the state of Israel, said one Atlanta police major after returning from a 2017 visit to Israel, as noted by the Atlanta Community Press Collective. If you don't know, the thin blue line is the police solidarity metaphor that is also about how they stay lockstep in silencing dissent and like call outs and people trying to have officers be responsible for doing fucked up shit. The thin blue line is what is invoked when it's like, hey, you're not supposed to rat out your fellow officers for like killing minorities. So seeing how them just saying that shit out loud is like very much a reinforcement of the coalition between the arm of the police state in America and the arm of the militarist state in Israel. Last year, a 20-member delegation of Georgia police leaders spent 2 weeks in Israel and were hosted by Israel's then police commissioner, Kobi Shabbatai, who made headlines for suggesting he'd send protesters within Israel, anyone who wants to identify with Gaza, to the Strip. I'll put them on buses and won't send them there. I'll help them get there, Shabbatai said. For years, local activists have criticized Gilly as a key node within the U.S.-Israeli deadly exchange programs. The work of groups like Demilitarize Atlanta to Palestine, which demands that corporations divest from Gilly, and that Georgia in the Gilly program have intensified during the current assault on Gaza. Organizers worry that Cop City will strengthen and expand the transmission to Atlanta of Israeli policing tactics and technologies honed under the Israelis' illegal, brutal, decades-long system of occupation and apartheid against the Palestinians. Some draw parallels between Cop City and Israel's mini Gaza training facility in the Negev desert. Built after the second Intifada with U.S. support and officially known as the Urban Warfare Training Center, the 7.4 square mile replica city has narrow streets and around 600 structures that include storefronts, schools, apartments, and mosques. The tight alleyways, drab concrete buildings, and open areas in the facility are meant to simulate the urban environments in which Israeli soldiers often operate, says the Associated Press. The Guardian reports that the Israeli army even has a graffiti artist that decorates the walls with Arabic slogans and portraits of Palestinian and Lebanese militants. Full immersion experience. The Israeli army has used mini Gaza to train for its current siege of Gaza, and U.S. troops have also trained there. Some have suggested that Cop City has roots in the model of mini Gaza, and the organizers fear that Cop City could be used to similarly deepen militarized policing tactics in Atlanta and beyond. Worsening billions of dollars in weapons, that's billions with a B, by the way, for war instead of investing that money in our local communities, said Al-Sabi. And the genocide in Gaza is using technology and weapons that will inevitably make their way to the U.S. using those programs like Ali. Yeah, you know, like how they use like tear gas and rubber bullets against American protesters and have been doing that for years. Common donors to Glee and the Atlanta Police Foundation. Glee's funding is opaque, but one major donor is Bernie Marcus, who is also a big donor to the Atlanta Police Foundation. Marcus is the co-founder and former CEO of Home Depot, Georgia's biggest corporation. He is worth over $10 billion and one of the most influential figures in the Atlanta metro area. Marcus has donated at least $350,000 to Glee since 2020, and according to one analysis, $1.25 million since 2005. In 2016, Midway suggested that Marcus's contribution amounted to 38% of Glee's total funds raised between 2008 and 2013. Marcus's public comments indicate that he views Glee as a key nexus between Georgia and the Israeli police forces. He praised Glee at its 25th anniversary celebration in 2017, saying that the program has been so beneficial to both the state of Israel and certainly to the state of Georgia, which with visits to Israel helping U.S. police not having to reinvent the wheel and understanding what systems can be used. Marcus served as the honorary co-chair of Glee's 30th anniversary celebration in 2022. They have such strong coalitions. Marcus's stepson, Michael Morris, donated $9,500 to Glee from 2020 to 2022. Morris is also the owner and publisher of the Atlanta Jewish Times, which publishes rosy coverage of Glee exchanges and has provided a platform for Glee's founder, Robbie Friedman, to denounce the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. Friedman has elsewhere referred to calls for academic boycotts as terrorism by other means, an alarming statement from a major figure in Atlanta's police training. For years, Bernie Marcus has also been a major donor to the Atlanta Police Foundation. A Truth Out analysis of public filings shows that Marcus, through his philanthropic arm, has given at least $500,000 to the Police Foundation since 2014, including $200,000 in 2022 towards Cop City. Marcus's 2014 and 2015 donations of $100,000 each were specifically earmarked to support the Operation Shield camera surveillance network, with the Atlanta Police Foundation launched in 2007 and still funds. Atlanta WSIA reported that, according to Glee founder Robert Fetterman, much of Atlanta's surveillance camera system is modeled after Israel's, while Israel seeks to create a public-private camera network much like Atlanta's. Atlanta has been called the most surveilled city in the U.S. Shit. Another common backer between Glee and the Atlanta Police Foundation is Jay Davis, the longtime former chairman and CEO of the National Distributing Company, which also has a seat in the Atlanta Police Foundation board. Davis, who has also long served as Glee's board chairman, donated $100,000 to Cop City in 2022 and supported the Police Foundation for years. In addition to having common founders like Marcus and Davis, Glee and the Atlanta Police Foundation have worked together through the Police Foundation's Atlanta Police Leadership Institute training program. Top AI PAC donors back Cop City. Marcus also spends millions every year funding far-right politicians. Oh, of course. I mean, not a surprise, but, you know, when it rains, it pours. But I guess when it's raining and pouring for us, for rich people, it's... they're pissing and coming? I don't fucking know. This metaphor kind of fell apart, huh? Marcus also spends millions every year funding the far-right politicians, coca-lined front groups, and ultra-Zionist organizations. He has donated millions toward electing Donald Trump over the past decade and showers additional millions upon right-wing groups like the Liberty Justice Center, the Southeastern Legal Foundation, Judicial Watch, and others that are part of the Koch-backed State Policy Network. Marcus is also a huge donor to ultra-Zionist causes such as Birthright Israel Foundation, Christians United for Israel, and Israel on Campus Coalition, the Zionist Organization of America, Friends of the Israel Defense Forces, and others. Wow. There's so much. In recent months, progressives across the U.S. have stepped up their criticism of AI PAC and called on Democrats to reject campaign donations from the group, which has thrown millions of dollars towards crushing Democrats across the U.S. who have expressed criticism of Israel. Marcus is one of the top donors of AI PAC's electoral efforts. Earlier this year, the investigative news outlet Sludge identified Marcus as the fourth highest donor in the current election of the United Democracy Project, UDP, an AI PAC super PAC. Marcus gave $2 million to UDP in 2023, as well as $1 million in 2022. In addition to Marcus, another AI PAC donor, Douglas Hertz, gave 300. Were they funny numbers? Are they 33,333 to the Atlanta Police Foundation in 2022. The longtime chairman and CEO of United Distributors and a current trustee of Morehouse College, Hertz has given $200,000 to AI PAC's UDP since 2022. Hertz sits on the board of Bernie Marcus's foundation that donates millions annually to right-wing causes and entities like Glee and the Atlanta Police Foundation. And Hertz is also a board leader and founder chair of the Atlanta Committee for Progress. I mean, we've already talked about the attack on trans rights, but you know, think about the fact that the same people who are funding Cop City, the same people who are wanting there to be better police tactics to suppress protesters, are also paying and supporting the right wing people that are trying to take away our rights, who are trying to take away health care. And they support the genocide in Palestine. So like, they're like the Legion of Doom. They're the Legion of Doom. Sorry, I couldn't resist making a comparison, especially since I'm implying we gotta be the Justice Friends. God. The final version of my radicalization is actually baby, I think. Come on, super friends, let's defeat AI PAC. Copied and pasted across the country. The sheer amount of money going to Cop City, which includes tens of millions in public funds alongside the Atlanta Police Foundation's private bankrolling could be better spent on Atlanta's crumbling infrastructure. Al Sabri and Agadabiye say earlier this summer, for example, the city was hit by a major crisis in water services after several water main breaks. Al Sabani told Truth Out that Cop City will further entrench the global military industrial complex locally and across the country. She noted cities are planning similar projects modeled off Cop City. I think it's really critical that people all around the country have eyes in Atlanta, said Al Sabri, because what happens here is often copied and pasted across the country. Urgent appeal for your support. Help us fight political repression. Truth Out urgently appeals for your support. Under the pressure from an array of McCarthyist anti-speech tactics, independent journalists and Truth Out face new and mounting political repression. We have 7 days to reach our goal. Wow. We're almost entirely funded by readers like you. Well, I'm glad we have the content, so I'm not like, oh gosh, I have to return to this another day. And we can talk about this stuff another day as well, but I'm glad I could provide a connecting contextual piece. Okay, talk about Cop City. Okay, after talking about that and thinking about the person before who was talking about how they felt like. Also, wait, I might not have had this on our little bibliography thingy. Yeah, I should save this for later so I can update it. Okay. Got those. We have we're not gonna read everything, but I thought that it would be interesting to read these ones. Let's see if they're not both too long. I might read both of them, but we'll see. This one we might not get to, or we might like look at a little bit of in the highlights, because this one could be like 3 whole streams worth of shit. Like this one is so long. But we're not doing that right now. Okay, so no, this is the Palestinian Solidarity one. Okay, 20 years of the LA riots and the dragon and the Hydra. This one's pretty long. A historical study of organizational methods. Okay, actually, I do want to read just part of this because we were perusing it and we thought it was very interesting, especially for our points about solidarity and like intercommunity cooperation and like, you know, we're not free until we're all free and working together, and how sowing divisions between us by like state power and like oligarchs and stuff is in direct service like a lot of how they disrupt us is by making us fight, making us not trust each other, or just alienating us from each other so we're not investing in each other's fights. But I'll read and you'll see where I'm coming from. Yes, the Hat in Time is amazing. Like, it is one of the best little coded games ever. I love it. We really should play it again sometime. We haven't played it in a long time. We do like that it does have a 2-player mode, and the other player is a bow girl who is black. Very cute. It's ironic that those who live in the U.S. continue to neglect to thoroughly study and critique the wealth of documented history about the anti-imperialist and anti-expansionist struggles that have occurred here since the Europeans first started colonizing this area, other than the well-known Native American suppression and genocide. Like the volumes of works written about civil rights, black liberation struggle of the 1960s and 70s, the early labor movement, women's suffrage movement, abolitionist movement, and the Reconstruction period, there's a mountain of other revolutionary material we can learn from, and not surprisingly, that information concerns the struggles of enslaved workers on these shores prior to the abolition of chattel slavery. In fact, it mirrors the already mentioned struggles in Suriname and Jamaica, with the important distinction that encompasses multiracial aspects, more so than either of the former cases. Namely, in the U.S., until the abolition of slavery, Africans, American Indians, Native Americans, indigenous people, and Europeans, in some areas, allied themselves to fight against the imperialist and expansionist powers. That phenomena was also evident in the Caribbean and South America, but due to the large percentages of enslaved Africans compared to enslaved Amerindians and Europeans, most of these struggles were primarily between the enslaved Africans and the European imperialists. Thus, today in the U.S., such emotionally charged epithets as hillbilly and poor white trash are totally divorced from their historical roots. Okay, right here. This broke me. This changed everything. This was like when, like, 2 years ago, we found out that Birth of a Nation popularized the negative association with black people and watermelon, and that our own fucking like not wanting to be associated with watermelon and having like our own personal throughout our life like emotional damage about it, and like what do you say, like insecurity about it, is directly what was wanted by the fucking people who popularized it, because before Birth of a Nation there was a positive association with black people and watermelon, because after we got after like slavery was abolished except as a punishment for a crime, a lot of black people grew watermelon, and it was celebrated as like a fruit of emancipation, and like the labor that it was supposed to be good. It was supposed to be a symbol of our hard work, and they fucking turned it around and used it as fucking cudgeled against us, and now it's a symbol of like being like lazy and stupid somehow. Like, ugh, you know? And I felt very similarly here, especially because like we used to have a friend who was transmasc, MB, white, and self-described as white trash, and we grew up like being told that, you know, rich white people think we're scum, and that poor white people are like going to want to fight over which of us is slightly less scum, you know? And and we were told by our parents that we couldn't have solidarity with poor white people, which was bad and not what they should have said, and fucked up actually. And having this friend who was like white and trans, and we didn't know that what their background was, and being told that like, you know, the way they grew up sucked, and that like obviously their queerness wasn't accepted and whatnot, but like that their experience and like knowing them made us question, because we knew a person and cared about a person who self-described as a thing that we were told to think of as bad in certain ways, even in a like liberal coded mindset. Like we're poised to think of hillbillies and like southern poor white people as white trash and as bigots especially. I don't know if anyone saw that one Taylor Swift like pro gay video she made a couple of years ago, but it in particular had a moment where there's a bunch of literal trailer trash, like they live in a trailer park, all protesting against like one queer person or something who also lives there. And it's just like this cultural image that has been propagated of like and reinforced of poor white people versus poor minorities. And it sucks, and I feel bad that it took me knowing that I had to meet someone of a background like that to recognize that like we had so much in common. I mean, we're fucking queer autistic nerds from a poor background. What? Like in the same way of like finding out about the watermelon thing, like it's sort of like the good path of someone who's like, oh, Irish people were slaves, instead of using that to be like white people hurt too, instead of being like that, being like, damn, some of my ancestors were slaves too, I got your fucking back. Like they dismantled that on purpose. Sorry, I could have just read it and it would tell you the thing that I'm telling you, but just not in my words. Initially, the derogatory poor white trash label was reserved for the rebellious, unexploitable, and nonconformist early Europeans who the colonial and imperialist elites could neither control nor use to increase their power. Thus, the trash label and later the hillbilly label and the imagery were used to similarly isolate those runaways who moved into the southern Appalachian Mountains to also escape their former indentured status. Both segments were staunch enemies of the imperialists and colonialists, who many times allied with Africans and Meridians. Also, fugitives from enslavement. At times, these three groups formed triracial maroon communities. At other times, they firmly allied, though living separately, except in the case of the Meridians and the Africans who mixed freely. I mean, I'm sure that there's chip on folks' shoulders, and it's good to have like a safe base, and you can coalesce and work with folks that you are in community with. Consequently, from the 17th century until the abolition of slavery in the U.S., there was also maroon communities in areas stretching from the Pine Barrens of New Jersey down the east coast of Florida and the Appalachian Mountains, and later to migrate Mexico's northern border regions. The best known but little studied ones were those that occupied the dismal swamp of Virginia and North Carolina and the Seminoles of Florida, which, contrary to popular belief, may have never been an Amerindian tribe, but instead, from their beginnings, an ethnic group made up of Africans and Amerindians who came together to form the ethnicity, just like Bonnie Maroons were formed in Suriname. All of this replicated the decentralized, there's that word again, organizing forms of Maroons and Suriname and Jamaica. And although their political histories fall short of them winning and maintain a degree of autonomy achieved in Suriname of Jamaica, the descendants of the Sulimanes in Mexico and the U.S. still fiercely guard their communities against the Mexican and U.S. governments. In Florida, they recognized as a semi-autonomous tribe, and the African Somali Negroes in Oklahoma, Texas, and Mexico also distinguish themselves from their neighbors, while calling blacks in the U.S. state Negroes. According to the new African nationalist cadre from the U.S. who have worked around them, the African Somalis never considered themselves citizens of the U.S. like African Americans do. Oh. Finally, the legendary history and present posture of the people of the Southern Appalachians, and still refusing to fully integrate into the fabric of the U.S., rests more on a forgotten history of their ancestors' struggle to remain free from any servitude or domination. Then they, or we understand instead, we've adopted the bourgeois myth about them being hopelessly backwards and ultra racist. Although in reality, true hillbilly culture and practice is really isolationist and independent, reflecting the autonomous spirit of their ancestors. Wow. Actual hillbilly pride is good, actually. This is from The Dragon and the Hydra, the historical study of organizational methods. The topics are anti-prison, black anarchism, and black anarchic radicals, Black Liberation Army, Black Panther Party, Karl Marx, Liberation Marxism, also not anarchist, interestingly, organization and strategy. Probably because they're looking at stuff that also is from non-anarchist thought. Because it's talking about different organizational methods, obviously. This would be really long. Back to the Future. There's plenty here. Like we said, should be in our YouTube description. If we repost this, we'll be sure to repost the links for the VOD as well. But we're definitely going to be taking a break soon. But in this sort of I guess heavy discourse period of stream, we're almost done with this part. There's one more. I don't know if we'll read it in full. Okay, it might not be too long. It doesn't say how many words it is. This is back from 2012. I wanted to look at this because of thinking about the other thing from the Anarchist library that we were reading earlier, and talking about how the writer was like, the protesters aren't clashing with police enough, and thinking about, well, if someone's looking at retrospectively the LA riots, something that was a big political action in response to something very much that could be compared to the response to the George Floyd uprising, I believe it's the Rodney King riots. I think that it's important to think about what was gained and what the limitations were, because most people are talking about property. A lot of liberal people are talking about property damage being basically more important than human life, and I think that is really gross. And even Martin Luther King said that rioting is the language of the oppressed. So even he admitted that it happened, and that it would happen as a result of people not being listened to being backed in a corner, and their rights stripped away, and continually attacked and backed in the corner. Like I said, sorry, that back in the corner twice. Echolalia. I'm currently looking for paintings to burn for fire spirits. Also would love to play it with you. Oh, okay, cool. Yes, hat in time. Yes. So many laws that target black people actually just target poor people. Real. They can't actually target people of color, so they just keep POCs poor and target poor people. Yep, exactly. And people caught in the crosshairs, they can radicalize them to bigotry by being like, oh, look, the few little scraps of like help and support they get is being taken from you. And it's like, yay, fight over scraps. It's fucking gross. And effective. You play as a Maroon in Assassin's Creed 4 DLC. Freedom Cry is really good. Oh my god. You're not the only person who guys thinking of like an Assassin's Creed sometimes. We used to be a big Assassin's Creed fan, actually. We fell off on Assassin's Creed American Revolution. Letter from a friend. California's answer? Prisons. Can't wait to get that part. Fanon coming up again. The singularity of the colonial context. Wait, I need to turn my light on. Ugh. It's so dark. Don't want to strain my eyes. Letter from a friend. I asked a friend who lives in South Central to send me his thoughts about Los Angeles 20 years after the rebellion. The following is part of what he had to say. 20 years after the LA rebellion finds most of the black community in a state of shock because the conditions are not much better, and the conditions which create the rebellion have only become more invisible to the outside world. The straitjacket of economics confines us all. The rock bottom conditions of poverty are suffocating the voice of protest in South Central LA. Even the name South Central was changed to South LA by the politicians in an attempt to forget in their view the negative impact of the revolt. The rebellion did change the relationship between cops and the black/brown community. They're not going to create another Rodney King situation, but the police use of deadly force has not ceased. But their attempts to cover up that relationship has taken on many different forms in an attempt to disrupt or derail any new form of organized rebellion which could be found in the LA rebellion. No organization has enlivened the imagination of the black community like the gang truce movement of 1992, which allowed the youth to cross the tracks and shed their skin of colors to help bridge the communities as a whole. That gives the people a breath of freedom. For a moment in time, that must have passed on in the youth of today to continue. The gang truce movement in Watts has long since ended, but not forgotten by those who felt the power of the free movement until the LAPD, in the name of fighting organized crime, used the same form of tactics to disrupt and destroy it as they did groups like the Black Panther Party in the 1960s, which we talked about previously. Gang warfare, which has helped to create many more subdivided gangs, leaves the community more divided than ever before. Divide and rule and reinforced by economic hunger that creates battles over crumbs of a bankrupt drug trade that was booming during the 1980s. But the Rodney King beating and the murder of Latasha Harns over a carton of orange juice sparked a rebellion that was about us all being criminalized. The process of criminalization not only disenfranchises but also dehumanizes the individuals to the point that their oppression becomes invisible. It's normal. That's me adding my own 2 cents. A return to a Fanonian discourse seems appropriate to describe this invisible and non-repository and the criminalized masses of black and brown people in the urban ghetto who are seen as a moral cancer and a threat to civil order. The situation in Mantision, with the dividing line enforced by the police and prison systems, creating the atmosphere of submission, 1968, 38, a return to Fanon describes not only the brutal and mechanical violence of the state, as well as a socio-political discourse that this is akin to colonization, but also its psychological trauma. For Fanon, the real revolt against colonialism is carried out by those dispossessed and marginalized people who are completely outside the colonial system. People who, in the words of apartheid, are surplus populations. That has a disgusting ring to it. Crushed by colonial extrapolation of land and labor, dehumanized by colonialism's ideology and its police, the damned of the earth, the scum, the surplus people, and the feral rats, as a shop owner in a media interview referred to participants in the English Revolt of 2011, the mass insensible to the ethics can only be held in check by violence, a violence that is brought home and into the mind of the colonized. The old colonial tactic of divide and rule is manifested by intra-community violence, often by gang warfare, quickly settled by the knife or the gun. It is an atmosphere of violence, suggests Fannin, where everyone lives on edge, but every so often the anger explodes outward. For Fannin, these deemed and wretched people express the truth of civilization, its dehumanization. The frightening thing for the rules and reformists is that they have nothing to lose. Additionally, in a Fanonian sense, the rebels express the elemental new humanism. Listen to this articulation by the poet Vicky Lindsay of the activist group Mothers Reclaiming Our Children. I will never be free from you until you are free from me. Your superiority complex versus my captivity. Me, the serf, you the master, is the reality which kept both of us enslaved throughout history. Oh, yeah, this is like Hegelian dialectics. South Central LA is like an internal colony. Indeed, this is one of the concepts that Kylene Kelver said that the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense took from Fannin in 1966. The context was that the 1965 Watts Rebellion in LA, which signaled a dividing line between the urban revolt and civil rights leaders. One expression was the Watts youth's rejection of King's nonviolence philosophy. Another was Malcolm X's rejection of the integrationalist American dream. If the 1992 rebellion was as important as Watts, what can we say emerged out of it? Indeed, to consider the question, one has to understand the post-rebellion backlash and the state's response as intimately connected to the logic of capitalism. 2. California's answer. Prisons! The justice system has no justice in it. The whole community, Black and Latin, were just fed up with this system. Georgina Williams. The Californian state has financed the building of more new prisons in the last 25 years than is built in the previous 100. The growth of prisons needs prisoners, and thus the 25 years have seen the constant criminalization of people and the state incarceration of the ghetto poor. Regarded as an absolute evil, inmates are, writes Loic Waquant, the living antithesis of the American dream. Yeah, as soon as you get put in the carceral system, you become homeless. The reality is that juvenile crime is not on the rise, argued Gene Ford in 1999. The war against crime is a war against people of color, particularly the poor, inner-city youth, who are characterized as gangbangers and walled in, whole communities, and segregated off. The massive population confined behind walls is a reflection of the police state mentally. Prison populations in the United States declined in the post-war years until the 1970s and have increased since, even as crime stagnated. In her aptly titled Golden Gulag, Ruth Wilson Gilmore writes that the increase in California's prisons is the biggest in the history of the world, a 500% prison population increase from 1982 to 2000. Is a system of production that has created its own consumption. In other words, crime, and thus criminalization, are the product of prison growth, not vice versa, and have a history. Yeah, if you want to find out more about this, you should really just read the new Jim Crow. I didn't say just read. You should start with the New Jim Crow. It's a great resource. But remember, you don't have to have perfect understanding of history and theory to act. Gilmore traces the growth of prisons to the revolutionary year of 1968, a year that also marked the crumbling of the old economic order, the year of global revolts and a declining rate of profit. The LA rebellion is thus contextualized in the terms of the legacies of the black struggle and urban revolts in the 1960s and the structural changes in capitalism that resulted in a deep reduction of waged, semi-skilled urban jobs that had employment of color. 126. These are citations. The two are and were linked. The structural crises are both internal to capitalism and a product of these struggles. While the state introduced new laws in the wake of the urban revolts in the 1960s, the racial Keynesian and Floridist model that provided skilled work in the segregated suburbs outside of Watts was pushed to the limits by the myriad social movements in the 1960s as an attempt to fund the social programs like the Comprehensive Employment and Training Act, CETA, and affirmative action. Along these programs was an emergent discourse of social exclusion conflating public assistance with criminality. Yeah. Even though we were on public assistance growing up, we got that vibe from our parents too. They acted that way too. By the late 1970s, structural shifts in the economy locked black and Latino workers into low-wage sweatshop labor. And by the 1980s and 1990s, the return of the state budget surpluses alongside cuts in social programs meant that controlling poor people, especially black and brown youth who posed the greatest threat to the system, could be achieved through the intense program of prison building. The military-industrial complex, which had been a backbone of the California economy, was quite literally replaced by the prison-industrial complex. Nationally, incarceration is the third largest employer. And that's sinking. Nationally, incarceration is the third largest employer. The 1.5 million square foot Twin Towers Correctional Facility, they really named it that, in the heart of the city costs $400 million and employs 2,400 people. Criminalization and mass incarceration became part of the spatial fits, to use David Harvey's term, to the capitalist crisis. The state and its reproduction, in other words, moved from any pretense of welfare to outright warfare, the war on drugs, the war on crime, and so on, bolstered by new mandatory minimum sentencing laws, produced an endless supply of raw materials of production and consumption. Inmates, the paradigm shift. Inmates. Materials for production and consumption. Inmates. Period. The paradigm shift meant that by the late 1970s, any commitment to rehabilitation had ended. Mass incarceration has become just that. With harsher sentencing for minor offenses, for example, blacks were 5 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession than whites. Harsher punishments and enhanced prison time, first appearing in the 1977 California penal law, meant that more and more young people of color would spend longer periods in jail. The 1988 Street Terrorism Enforcement and Prevention, STEP Act, prefiguring the post-9/11 Patriot Act, was pushed through in response to the apparent crisis of drugs and gangs. On the outside, the racist carnal society promoted traffic stops, stop and frisk, and other harassment based on racial profiling, essential to the data collection of criminalization, and has become an ordinary part of daily life. LeCointe calls it carceral affirmation action. In her book, The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness, Michelle Alexander wonders whether the black working class has become largely irrelevant and unnecessary to the newly structured economy. The new Jim Crow, she argues, is essentially the move from plantations to penitentiaries. A racial caste system defined by marginalization, mass incarceration. This connection was also clear in a leaflet organizing a community rally in 1933. The statement, "Don't leave your brothers hanging," was accompanied by the image of 4 castrated and lynched black men. making quite clear the intimacy of the new Jim Crow with the old America. In short, had become, to use Tara Havel and Paul Wright's book title, The Prison Nation, the warehousing of the poor, like the denizens of the workhouses of old. The poor are blamed for their poverty and punished for it. What is different about old poor laws is that there is no pretense for future work. In other words, while the prison warehouse can be constructed within Marx's notion of a surplus population, the reserved army of the unemployed needed to drive wages down. It produces, in a Fanonian sense, a caste outside the class system. Marxists, as well as the established black leadership, have long made the mistake of misidentifying the skilled, educated, and political workers as advanced and others as backward. Fanon challenged this fetish, which often views politics through the gaze of the state, which is designed through paramilitary policing, surveillance, incarceration, crime, and a war on crime to suppress and harm and hem people in, physical and mentally, and remove disruptive elements, whether they be working or not, all for potential inmates. The LA rebellion marked a nodal point. The state's response was quite clear. Appealing to white Democrats, Bill Clinton endorsed 3 strikes and you're out, and a racial agenda on welfare, writes Alexander, adding that Clinton, more than any other president, created the current racial undercaste. Such a retrospective is far from original, but the situation is starkly expressed by the following statistic. Public housing was cut by 17 million, with a 19 billion funding increase for corrections. Sorry, billion and billion. 17 billion and 19 billion. About the same amount, huh? We just put... don't build housing, just build prisons. That's where we'll put them. Writing of his own experiences in South Central LA at the time, the activist intellectual Gene Ford 2000 concluded starkly, the streets of South Central Los Angeles are a reflection of prison existence. The violent by nature LAPD demonstrates these streets, dominates these streets with rifle butt, billy club, gunfire, and fear. 3. Rationalizing popular action. The LA uprising, like the 2005 rebellion in Paris and the 2011 revolt in London, was a revolt against police brutality, criminalization, and violence, each including a struggle of recognition against dehumanization and invisibility, to be heard against the unjust justice system. While the prison population in the U.S. increased 5-fold, it is doubled in England and France. Additionally, whether in response to the LA uprising, the Balaneos rebellion, or the London revolt, the mainstream left continues to be incapable, as Fanon warned, of rationalizing popular action and is incapable of seeing the reasons for that action. What Fanon described as a gap between progressive intellectuals and spontaneous revolts was expressed by Stuart Hall's lamentation that Thatchianism had won after the London rebellion. According to Zygmunt Bauman, the riot was of defective and disqualified consumers, or impotent rage, in the world of Slavoj Žižek. The latter was a theme repeated after LA, which much of the liberal media focused on rumors of violence against whites and Asians, and particularly on the beating of Reginald Denny. Denny refused to go along with it. Like those in LA 4+ committee, he criticized the criminalization of the accused and the media handling of the case, and later sued the city. Go him. While there are different views about the beating of Denny, all put the blame on police brutality. The LA 4+ committee explained that retaliatory actions of an oppressed people are not the same as the calculated brutality of trained and professional enforcers of the status quo. A simple equation. After Rodney King's attackers were released, Denny's attackers face life sentences. It was not the LA rebellion, but the police murder of George Noyes, which helped create two important grassroots organizations, the LA Gang Truce and Mothers Reclaiming Our Children, Mothers ROC. Of course, these were different kinds of organizations, but of course, one could also gesture to the historical relationship between the birth of the Crips and the Bloods and the Black Panther Party. Oh? That's something we should dig into at some point. Gangs are certainly organizations, and the Gang Truce was deeply political and had mass support. Rather than the LAPD, it was the Gang Truce, argued Ford, a militant who lived in the area for over 30 years that was responsible for the decrease in gang-related deaths. The police were actively opposed to the Gang Truce because it threatened their means of control and their practice of divide and rule through promoting gang, tribal, allegiances and playing one gang against the other. You know, like when you play The Last of Us and then you throw a bottle to make the clickers see the humans that you're trying to fight against. Not exactly the direct comparison, but we're gamers here. We get the logic. Indeed, it was popularly understood that the quote society is run on greed and looting. As I have written, this creates a struggle over scarce resources where everyone is an enemy. Human beings are reduced to their animal instincts, and that decried as mindless gangbangers. The gang, like a political party, is a corporate organization. A corporate organization? Is intentionally built. See Fray 115. Thus, gang unity is threatening to unscrupulous, exploitative gang leaders, and especially to the police, which actively seek to destroy it by any means and violently assault and broke up gang unity parties, desperately seeking to channel the community's pent-up anger towards inter-gang rivalry, thereby suppressing any grassroots political organization. And yet, Fanon teaches us that the system is not absolute. Over and over again, organizers emerge from below and often briefly capture the imagination of large numbers of people. The Gang Truce movement did continue despite the problem that to be associated with it publicly also meant arrest as a suspected gang member. Oh, I see. It gave birth to a generation of organic intellectuals, argues Affray. And by 2003, Gilmore notes the truce included a number of Central City, East Side, and West Side Chicano and other Latino gangs, and rejected the suggestion that the alternative was to leave a gang rather than the alternative was to transform it. Gosh, this is making me think of my time in LA. I mean, obviously it isn't like the 2010s or whatever, but ooh. The prison industrial complex, including lawyers and judges, as well as juries, which has caged an entire generation, felon quoted by Affray 100, thus plays an essential role in keeping a lid on mass discontent. One element is mass incarceration. Another is the terror and violence of the prison, which is set up to not reform or rehabilitate, but to brutalize and break people and destroy the human being. No human contact is the order of the day, and any individual supporting prisoners is considered immediately suspect and criminal. Mothers ROC and LA 4 Plus Committee, formed after the uprising, were two grassroots movements organized to confront the dehumanization. Founded by African American women, their membership was open to all. And you could be a mother. You could be a mother ROC. It didn't matter. That's super cool. Every flyer distributed at every venue and criminal justice system carried this principle. We say there's no justice. What are we gonna do about it? Educate, organize, empower. I like that. Like Las Madres de la Plaza de Mayo, Mothers ROC defined the idea that mothers should not be involved in the public political sphere. What? And also, defied. They defied the idea that the mothers should not be involved in the public political sphere, and also defied the sexism that blamed them for their son's actions. She, Mother's ROC member Georgina Williams, quote, needs to get off this babying and pampering, a black pastor told the LA Times, while the New York labeled Williams the mother of the LA riot. On the flyer in 1995, Mother's ROC explained, mothers suffer a special pain when their children are incarcerated, lost to them. It was from this pain and suffering that Mother's ROC was born. We fight against the police abuse and false arrests and convictions and the unfair treatment throughout the justice system. We educate ourselves and our young about the workings of the system. The system was very much part of the American civilization as Williams, also part of LA 4+. Intimidated from south to south central, a story which brought to mind Sojourner Truth. I am daughter of a sharecropper, Williams said, born in the hills of Mississippi where the white man is the law. I pick cotton, I know how to make soap, milk a cow, plow a field. We did what we were told. We were told we were free. We were not free. Resisting depersonalization, these organizations argued that we are all somebody's child and that no one should be lost to the criminal justice system. With such basic humanist principles, they grew in confidence and developed ideas of self-education in contradiction to the professionalized justice system, which promotes feelings of inferiority and alienation. The sense of inferiority, which was drummed in an earlier age in intellectual intimidation, which is essential to the justice system, were slowly overcome by the Fairnian way as they taught one another what they learned. Gilmore suggests all the ROCers gained confidence. Indeed, those who could not read well flourished by using their substantial memories to chart and compare. Mother ROC and LA 4+ monitored the police, demanded justice for the NOJs, those without O.J. Simpson's resources, and organized visible support in the courtrooms. The LA 4+ committee's weekly meetings were, as Fannin argued, transformational and essential expressions of grassroots democracy. They became spaces for sharing food, personal stories, ideas, skills, and solidarity. Members with legal knowledge worked at the information centers, and Mother's ROC organized workshops, which included academics, attorney, and gang members on the systems and injustices. Beyond civil society and outside the spheres of thought which take the ground of the carceral society, even Tom Hayden, who was involved in the gang truce, supported the privatization of prisons in exchange for money for education. Oof. The prison industrial complex has become a brutal reality of South Central LA, and yet it is no coincidence that in prisons, the most dehumanized spaces in America, places that actively destroy minds and spirits, there's thinking radically against the odds. 4. Thinking inside the prisons. The ultimate expression of the law is not order. It's prison. George Jackson, Blood in My Eye. The growing numbers of... Oh, wow, this is very short, actually. It is the conclusion. The growing number of prison intellectuals from inside the hellholes of American prisons are developing. In a long tradition of incarcerated thinkers, the radical critiques of American society, see Daniel Rodriguez, Forced Passages, and Prison Radical Intellectuals in the U.S. Prison Regime, and Joy James, the new abolitionists, neo-slave narratives, and contemporary prison writings. They write to each other, share lyrics, and help raise consciousness about the unbearable conditions of life. Some, like the new African prison movement within the California prison system, have roots in George Jackson's philosophy and writings. Like them, Jackson was angry and began to look around for something that would really bother these cats. Well, I couldn't find anything that bothered them more than philosophy. I love it. I love it. And by that, of course, he meant philosophy of revolution. Self-taught, Jackson seriously engaged Marx, Mao, and Fannin, understanding, as Biko put it, that the greatest weapon of the oppressor was the mind of the oppressed. Within the prison, the daily struggle is not to allow the imprisonment of the mind. In this context, it is important to note that James Yaki Silas's most serious reading of Fanon in his Meditations on Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, Sells, a black political prisoner who recently died, developed a pedagogy of readings critical of the way that The Wretched has been read by the Panthers and others, privileging a narrow conception of violence and failing to note how little Fanon speaks of arms and how much more he talks about, quote, the need of people to develop their consciousness and learn to lead themselves. It's about decentralization, being able to help your community and not be told, and for people to be able to help each other out, and not like one central figure directing everything. For people to learn skills on not just like actions to do, but also how to organize and help each other. Is my take. Just as Fanon warns that rage cannot sustain a movement for liberation, the LA revolt was far more simply spontaneous. It was preceded by the thinking that those who had enough of the unjust justice system. The movements that came out of it and against the prison industrial complex express, in their critique of the justice system, the rationality of revolt. They quickly grasped that elite policies hawked by politicians don't change anything, just as the offer to create employment by building prisons is fool's gold. They understand in the most Fanonian sense, from their experience, that the essence and the appearance of a carceral society built for them, the surplus humanity, are one and the same: violence. And yet to think with Fanon is from that in the zone of non-being, in the necessities of struggle, that a radical sense of what it is to be human flickers in the dark. And yet to think with Fanon is from that in the zone of non-being, in the necessities of struggle, that a radical sense of what it is to be human flickers in the dark. I'm assuming the dark of a prison. Right? Even when we're oppressed so hard, somehow community thought, anti-capitalist thought, abolitional thought, something still happens there. We've heard of Marx and some of the other thinkers here, but I've definitely never heard of Frantz Fanon. A French West Indian psychiatrist, political philosopher, and Marxist from the French colony of Martinique, today a French department. His works have been influential in the fields of post-colonial studies, critical theory, and Marxism. As well as an intellectual, Fanon was a political radical, pan-Africanist, and Marxist humanist concerned with the psychopathology of colonialization and the human, social, and cultural consequences of decolonialization. In the course of his work as a physician and psychiatrist, Fanon supported the Algerian War of Independence from France, and was a member of the Algerian National Liberation Front. Fanon has been described as the most influential anti-colonial thinker of his time, and for more than 5 decades, the life and works of Fanon have inspired national liberation movements and other freedom and political movements in Palestine, Sri Lanka, South Africa, and the United States. Damn. This is definitely someone we're going to have to do some research looking into, like, not just like, oh, I'd love to educate you folks about it, but also like, this is a brother we never heard of. We gotta more fucking Marxist black thought. Let's go, you know? I'm here for it. Okay, so I do have this here. We can poke at this a little bit. I am gonna go on break here in a minute. Yeah, because what we have left here to talk about uh, is more about our topics, more relating to Black game dev stuff. Not as much the heavy lean of politics. We have been talking about that for going on 4.5 hours. So we'll be taking a break on that soon. Also giving a chance to fucking rest our voice. My throat is buzzing. I'm supposed to also play a visual novel later, if you believe it. We'll see how that goes. I actually really appreciate this. I almost didn't read it. Thank you, Nigel Gibson. I wasn't sure. I honestly thought it was gonna be like, yeah, we haven't gotten very far, and like people aren't doing enough, and they need to fight against cops. Like I thought it was just gonna be like really heavy handed and like really militant, and it wasn't. And I'm like actually like smiling ear to ear right now, and I'm finding out about all this stuff that I want to look more into, and like my curiosity is struck, and I don't know, I'm percolating. I'm percolating. So obviously, within the context of oh, the link I have that we saved is for a specific part of this. Let's see what to look at, because it may be the one part that Thorn thought we should read for stream, because this is I'll zoom back up at the introduction after I read this, and it'll help explain why we know that there's no way we can even really scratch the surface of this document in a overarching way. But let's see what we have here. Hopefully you gave me something good, Thorn. Did I go too far up, maybe? Let's just... Yeah, okay. 5.2. The social construction of sex and race. Situating dualism as a Dyac center. Okay, so this has to do with, like, obviously, you know, sex and race. We've been thinking about stuff like, obviously, being trans and black, and the intersections, and how it weaves in and out, and it's definitely something that's really interesting to us, and let's see where this goes. Getting to the root of social construction by going beyond a biocentric frame of reference is not a rejection of biology or anatomy. The importance of Oyek's Oyewumi's critique of body reasoning is because, as she argues on page 10 of The Invention of Woman, if gender is socially constructed, then gender cannot behave in a way across time and space. In the same way across time and space. If gender is a social construct, then we must examine the various cultural / architectural sites where it is constructed, and we must acknowledge that variously located actors, aggregates, groups, interest parties, were part of a construction. We must further acknowledge that if gender is a social construct, then there is a specific time in different cultural / architectural sites when it is constructed, and therefore a time which it was not. Thus, gender, being a social construction, is also a historical and cultural phenomenon. Consequently, it is logical to assume that there are some societies gender construction need not have existed at all. Her work insists on the ways that biology / anatomy is mutable and always mutating. Such a view allows Oyeskare Oyewumi into inquire into these configurations of social being, which do not involve necessarily gendered positions. The interplay between immutable biology and the diversity of social constructs is a claim I take seriously from a trans-feminist standpoint. I draw on Sylvania Weiner's earlier to demonstrate a similar point, although her angle is a less sociological and more human geography oriented. is an interview with Catherine McCormick and Sylvian Werner on being human as praxis. Winter's conception of a mutable biology is focusing on a study of nature, specifically a study of implementing bios agency of the human brain. Here's the first set of instructions, genetic codes, and then the second set of instructions, non-genetic codes, emerge. The study of the world in its light is the study of an agency that functions according to the laws of nature and is genetically programmed. First set of instructions, biological genetic codes, whose roles in the bios mythio hybrid context is a neurochemically implement the second set of instructions, non-genetically charted origin stories and myths. Winter is much more natural sciences focused than Oyake Oyewumi, a distinction which is important to name, as in some of Winter's works, she had not adequately questioned sexual dimorphism. Such claims adapted from Annabelle Quinjaro in The Unsettling of the Collinity of Being / Truth / Power / Freedom. Gosh, this is getting really big brained. Still, I find the hard sciences emphasis a necessary complement to the soft sciences angle, and vice versa. Not only do trans people have to confront the weaponization of both domains against our bodily autonomy and gender self-determination, but many non-dualist configurations of gendered embodiment have involved spiritualized as well as secularized studies of nature. On the spiritual side, in the life of Legbo musicians Area Scatter, we learn about a series of ritual procedures they underwent during a time away in the forest, after which point they returned to the public as a woman. Amik Joseph Nawako writes on this. Towards the end of the 1970s, just as blood had dried into the earth of the Nigerian Civil War, an Egbo man in southeast Nigeria said to have been a civil servant before the war disappeared into the wilderness. He'd appeared 7 months and 7 days later, reborn spiritually and physically, as a woman who claimed to have been endowed by the gods with femininity and preternatural musical gifts. Her name bore strong witness to this rebirth. Area Scatter, one who comes to disorganize a place, to shock and to reclaim, an eccentric fellow who has come to cause problems and change dynamics. And Area Scatter was true to her new name. The gender nonconforming spirit identity disruption in the performance of Egbo culture. We may not know the exact details of Area Scatter's transition, but the interplay of spiritual culture and nature / biology here jumps out as the demonstration in the previous section with our analysis of Decipherous organizations at the lineal and age nexus in Egbo village life. From a Sylvian Werner standpoint, there is a general principle underlying such phenomenon. In some ways, a feature of human biology and neuropsychology as much as culture, which is described by Alexander G. Wellene. For Winter, the human cannot be understood in purely biological terms. Yeah, that's why we shouldn't medicalize our bodies and existence and contexts. Whether this applies to the history of a biological organism, otonogenesis, or development at the level of a species, phylogeny. This is where Fanon's important concept of sociogemony comes into play, offering Winter an approach of thinking of the human, the science of the social text of the ecosphere's phrase, where culture and biology are not only not opposed to each other, but discharges mutually beneficial insights. In this scenario, a symbolic register consisting of discourse, language, culture, and so on, sociogeny also already accompanies a genetic dimension of human action, ogeny, ogeny, and is only in the imbrication of these two registers that we can understand the full scope of our being in the world. Whew, there's a... Oh my god, this section is so long. Actually, wait, if I had just went on, I would have... Whoa. Okay, because what I was hoping it was going to explore was, like, you know, like the effects of, like, race on gender, and like how that's refracted, and like even within the same general culture, like American culture, there is definitely different standards and scrutinizations for different races of people based on gender and or based on their race. And it's not obviously just like Americans, like even bigotry, like stuff of assuming that, say, black people are automatically more athletic or Asian people are more smart automatically. There's this different benchmarks and different associations that will affect you differently even under the same gender with like different races. And I thought it was gonna maybe look at the science of like sets, sexual dimorphism versus you know, the elements of our biology that are racialized, and you know, any sort of interplay between those things. And it probably does, but also we gotta take a fucking break. Something that we have been trying to learn as we have learned to love ourselves more, as well as hopefully be a better streamer, is not just like taking breaks when we need to, but also limiting ourselves when we need to. We still want to go back to an old thing we read part of. I think it was literally me reading about a physician talking about like plural advocacy in like the medical field, and how like plural folks should be treated, and like how like the medical model is not serving us how it should, and all this stuff. It was like really interesting and really an engrossing read. It was like 120 pages. I think we got like 18 pages in. It was just like, oh my god, I'll come back to this tomorrow, and we never did. But I think we got something out of like all of these readings. I'm sorry if it felt sort of so jargony. It was word salad for this last one, but I just kind of took it on faith that it would be contextualized within the other readings, because again, I was not the headmate that put together our schedule for the stream, but you know, you gotta trust each other. With that said, yeah, we're gonna break now. That's what's on the agenda. Whew. Don't forget France. Don't forget France. Thank you for being here with us this Juneteenth. We're gonna be streaming for probably a while longer. This Nets break will probably be actually an hour long by itself. Sorry about that. We definitely need to take care of ourselves, especially because we're approaching the 9th hour of stream. It is not abnormal for us to do like a 12-hour stream. I'm expecting this to be I think when we first came in, Dusk was projecting like a 24-hour stream. I'm gonna go more like 16, maybe around 16. So we'll see how that goes. And I don't know if I'll come back to play games or if I'll let different fluff take over for Gameo. And it just depends on our mood. I guess we'll see. But I feel like I was able to have fun. So like missing out on playing games is not like that much of a big deal to me. I might come back for a certain thing if we can fit it in, but other than that, I'll leave you to other bites. Happy Juneteenth and stay woke.